Everybody hear me?
Yeah, you good?
You sound like you're on a mic or something, Trace. What you got going on, bro?
Just my cell phone, nothing different than the other day.
Gotcha. Sounds like you got a headset or something. Either fucking way. How's everybody doing this week?
Busy.
Fucking slumped, dude. I'm tired of these random work days. I'll be back on regular schedule next week, so I should be coming down with more breakdowns and shit. But honestly, I only did the 2 breakdowns I was assigned, unfortunately.
I was just gassing you up too, bro.
Man, I just got a lot of stuff to grade. I got a couple conferences, and I think this week should be okay. We should be okay compared to last week, so I'm chilling.
Man, Dead Picks cut up on me. Did he say he didn't get tape? Is that what he said?
No, I got the
He did.
tape. It was only the 2 fights I did. What do you call it? Unfortunately.
Oh, that's all right. If we all hit 2 clean tape studies, bro. Everybody jump on. It's nice.
I took 3.
I took 3 as well. 3.5.
You sound like a robot.
No,
You sound great. You sound great compared to last week.
Like sexy voice, or do I sound kind of like a pedo?
Like I'm kind of chub.
You sound fine, bro. You sound fine.
I think I updated every fucking thing on this computer. I think I updated everything. It's like, this makes no sense.
That's hysterical.
Oh no,
man. So, I mean, there's actually not a whole lot of real news this week. What I didn't see who hit the top of the Fanatics app. Who seen that? Who got it?
It was a 3-way tie between me, Beefy, and Dead Picks, I think.
What'd you guys go? What was the pick?
7 and 3.
7 and 3. That's
I
nice.
never filled it out. I forgot. I basically broke even. So I did horrible because that main card just fucked me all over.
Gotcha.
You stay up that long to watch the main card?
No. I'm saying
I'm about to say, fuck.
I got up about 7, 8 a.m. Sunday, real quiet, and watched that shit. All right, so here's one to kill it while everybody gets in here for a minute. Kevin Lee's back in the UFC.
That is true. Well, because I wonder what all the breakdown is on Khabib's whole company and everything like that. Because he bought that MMA organization, started a whole app and everything. It was actually pretty cool. And now everybody obviously just get cut. And I haven't seen any stories on that.
So it's for sale.
It was really subtle when it happened.
It's for sale. So the rumors are that Bellator is for sale and that Eagle FC is for sale. Eagle FC is estimated to be worth like double what Bellator's worth. Bellator's supposedly worth Bellator's worth like $50 million or $60 million. Like Bellator only turns as of 2018, Bellator only turned like an $8 million profit or something stupid low. It might have been higher than that, but it was stupid low. I can't remember the number, but I remember thinking like, damn, 2 or 3 fighters could just get together and fucking buy Bellator.
So does that just mean that Eagles is just getting really good because of like the Russian?
So Eagle was valued at $100 million.
Holy
wow!
Yeah, it was valued at $100 million. I don't know why. So most people think it's new, but it had like 40 cards before.
Yeah,
and you got to remember that it's located primarily like where all of Kadyrov's fighters could fight. Like there's a lot of fighters over there to fight.
Well,
but
there's
like
a big
it was
push.
valued.
It's like just Florida, like all of. Well, it's just like all of that over there. They won championships. kicking ass over in that area.
They are because
Yeah, but
all
they're
Asia.
losing.
It's Asia.
So we got a minute, and I'll take the minute. So so here's the funny thing. There's a chart out there, and it's real. The chart is real. That one has, so the UFC gets more social media ranks and more social media views than like most of the tennis leagues. Are like number 6 in the world, right? They beat the NBA. They don't beat the NFL. They beat everything but like soccer and an F1 series, right? One is number 1 for social media hits, or number 2 for social media hits, and like number 3 for viewership. But one is also losing hundreds of millions of dollars, and their owner, or their whatever he is over there, he's fine with it. When Ariel asked him about it, he's like, well, it's not about spending, it's about building. And all I can hear him saying is, our archives will be for sale very, very cheap one day. Very, very cheap one day. That's all.
Just
Like, bro, he has no recollection or accountability for the fact that he's been through like $500 million or some crazy shit. He makes what the guys over at PFL are spending look like peanuts, bro. So like that's why he makes such a big footprint. But I don't know. They are doing well in viewership, but they are losing an ass ton of money to do it. That's all I was trying to say.
question. So do you think, are they still doing good? I mean, they reached out to the American viewership, signing with that Amazon recently. Has that made a huge effect, or like does it really matter? I mean, even a fraction of it, does it really, like I said, matter?
So I think like one's got a path here, like right, like if they could just get like, this is gonna sound so silly, right? Be like Saturday morning or Sunday morning TV. Like just get on here. Even it sounds so dumb, but their cards go off at crazy hours here. Just adjust them a few hours so that you go off like Saturday mornings or Sunday mornings. I think it would help them a lot. Like I think a lot of people, a lot of guys like me, if it was just on TV and I didn't have to go through any fucking crazy thing to get it, if you could just put it in front of my face on Sunday morning, I'm watching it. So like I think there's a room, but I don't know why. In the United States I would equate them to like the American Gladiators of MMA or something though. Like I don't think they'll ever hit. Like I don't think they'll even hit WCW status. I don't know a better like metaphor, but like I don't think they'll hit. But globally, so they're after global numbers. So like globally, I think it could matter for them. But like stateside, I don't think their push will matter. I think Bellator, PFL, and the UFC combined, I just don't think they'll get it. I mean, I don't know. I don't think Sage Northcutt can pull. I don't think Sage Northcutt can pull. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Demetrius Johnson didn't pull for the UFC. Like that's why they were so willing to let him go. So like the people who are stars on the other side of the world don't always, it doesn't always translate here. So like I just don't see how they will hit both markets. Like you don't really see Dana making a huge push to go over to Asia with his stars. You see him looking for Asian stars he can bring all over the world. Like I don't know. Maybe
This the road to FC would kind of, or the road to UFC be kind of like his push to try to catch a lot of that market and that target audience out there, because they're, I mean, it's the same thing like the NBA. They really push everything over there in that China crazy shit, and there's all kinds of, tinfoil hat stuff on that talk.
So I've noticed that they're big in like Singapore, right? Like the UFC is really, for some reason they seem to think their entry point for like Asia seems to be like Singapore. I know they've done cards in other places, but like just when you hear them talk and the way they like ran, like you're saying, the road to the UFC, it was Abu Dhabi and Singapore, like Singapore. I know I say it messed up all the time. But that seems to be their entry point over there. So they have some interest. If they ever were to put up a performance institute over there, my assumption would be it would go in Singapore. But I think there's many PIs that will go up before an Asian PI goes up. I know they talked
Kevin
about
Lee. Kevin
what.
Lee. What's he gonna do? Welterweight. What do you got, Joe?
Look, man, don't make me talk bad about Kevin Lee. I like that guy.
What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do?
He's not going to win. Like,
He's gonna talk some
okay.
trash,
All right.
though.
So
He's gonna
here's how
act
I
like
feel.
he's gonna win. He's gonna act like he's gonna win.
All right. So if they can, he can't fight ranked guys. Like he's got to start like in the maybe with like number 15 or number 12 or something. And I'm not trying to give him no layups. Like I really feel like Kevin needs to start back down there. If they throw him in against number 6, number 7, number 5, man, I feel like that's a bad look for him. They shouldn't have brought him back. But I don't know. Some people might say I'm a jerk, but like I seen him against Diego. I didn't watch him against Diego and was like, oh my God, Kevin Lee is back. Like I didn't feel that way. Maybe that's just me.
Let's give him Vicente.
Vicente Luque.
Yeah, because he's coming off of that loss. What was it, Neil? Yeah,
They should give him.
Neil, and
They
then he
should give him
also
Neil
lost
Magny.
Neil Magny. He's got to take. I know that was a pretty brutal loss his last time, so I don't think he wants to fight that quickly. But if he would take it, yeah, he should take it. You know, Kevin Lee should take the fight against Neil Magny, is what I'm saying.
Man, I think you're crazy. At a new second lease at life here in the UFC, I think they should treat Kevin Lee like he's a fucking rookie and try to give him unranked dudes. Try to build him up a little bit because there's no need to fucking sign him just so they can throw him back into the top 15 so he can get chewed up and spit back out.
I agree. That's what I'm trying to say.
Good
But Neil
point.
Magny's only like number 14, right?
Tapology's got him at 12.
Oh, is he that
Yeah, I don't know
high?
where he's ranked.
Yeah, I don't
I
know what
didn't
his
think he was that
UFC
high.
ranking is, but 12 for a worldwide based on the fans.
Gotcha.
I mean, everybody else below him's got some fights. I mean, you could give him Muslim, the king of kung fu.
I don't know, man. I don't
He
see a
could
lot of
fight
him matches.
He could fight RDA. That would be a good fight.
No, it wouldn't, bro. Why
Well,
you?
for him, that he would want, like he would want that.
RDA would want that.
No, RDA wouldn't want it.
Yeah, are you fucking crazy? RDA.
I'm talking about what Kevin Lee would want, not what he's going to get.
Yeah, I mean, he would want to fight RDA, but that's not sensible. So here, in the top 15, he should get Li Jiang. That's number 15. That's who he should get.
Doesn't he have a fight already? I thought he had a
I
fight.
don't fucking know. I mean, what are they going to do, bro? He can't fight Sean Brady. We know that shit.
Yeah.
He's got to fight someone coming off a loss.
But I do agree with him that Uzo's right. They're just going to throw him a piece of meat and hope that he gets his fucking ass kicked, because if he gets dropped, the UFC just gets to laugh. And so does all the UFC fans. Because I like Kevin Lee. He's a Michigan boy, so I'm always going to root for him. But I think you're right. They're going to just throw him some meat.
Man, it's about that time. Trace, what you got?
Hey, yeah, we got Francesca in here, and she's gonna we're gonna have to talk to her after this, but I think we're gonna like Francesca.
Okay, right on. I don't know who that is.
Introduce yourself, Francesca.
Jeez Louise, that's an introduction. He said after this. Man, has anybody heard from Marin?
He's your boy.
I mean, of course that's my boy. I don't know. I think it's about time though. I'm gonna bring the card up because it's about time to get it.
Yep.
All right, let me click it up here. He's usually here by now. Let's send him one more invite. All right, we'll see if he makes it in here.
He always pops in. If we knock out I bet you within the first one, he'll be up here.
Yeah. I'm not overly worried about it. I didn't hear from him today either. I know he's got a job that keeps him late some days. This is just a Twitter space. All right. Well then,
It's real to me, damn it.
I should bring up. Here we go. I'll bring up Trace then, and then. All right. So the first fight is Zubira Tukhoff. I can't say it. Tuhurgoff. I can never say them, bro. You guys laugh at me every week. I hate it. I listen to the announcers say them. I repeat it. I'm like, when the space starts, I got it. And I never do, bro. So we're just gonna call him Zubira versus
Tukov.
Albies Brenner.
Siberia Tukov.
Tugoff. Yeah, I don't got it, bro. If it's Arab, I got it because I grew up in an area with a lot of Arab or Polish. I got that, bro. Real easy. But like, man, this Russian, I can't. It whoops me every week, bro. And I taped this fight, so I heard the name said like a bunch of times. That's the worst part of it. So man, first I want to say to tape Brenner, I had to watch a fight taken by a phone from his corner. That's the only footage of the whole fight anywhere I could find anywhere. So I watched his cornerman record a whole fight from his phone. I watched another guy look like he was sneaking the camera, maybe it wasn't supposed to be there to see another fight. And then I did see some fights on card. Like the kid is sincerely not even, I don't know how to say it. So I broke the fights down. Here, I'm just going to give it to you. Zabira has good head movement, lightning fast hands in his last fight. His last fight was like over a year ago, though, 16 months ago. But his fight before that was 13 months, and he showed like vast improvement between Ramos and whatever. You guys know who I'm talking about. Kareem or Hakeem. Showed like great improvement in his striking between the two. So I'm not real worried about the 16 months off. It seems like he's really trying to get it together. And I know he's training with Islam, and I know he was training with Khabib before he retired. He doesn't shoot a lot of takedowns. When he does, he tends to get them. He's got a nice trip when he can make the trip happen. But he's hands. Like, regardless of what camp he comes from, he's got really good hands, really good counter striker, really good at walking forward. Even when guys are able to come forward on him, it only takes him about 30 seconds, 40 seconds to read the pace and turn it. And he does it very well. The kid, all right, I got to scroll down here. All right, so the kid Elvis Brenner, I watched him fight. So I watched him fight a whole fight, and they were throwing and they were active, and there's no stats for the site where I could go see what actually landed. I'll bet you if he threw 150 punches, he landed 25 of them. Like he's active, he looks active, he looks the part, but he was not landing. That was the Silva fight. Then I watched the Gabriel Santos fight. Santos was like clearly better. It was a loss. Santos won the fight. Clearly better striker, better takedown, better control. So maybe that's a learning lesson for him, right? Then I watched him fight Victor Nunes. He did win. That's the one I watched from the cell phone. There was some early exchanges and he won them, but it was sloppy. So like the fact that he won those exchanges isn't very impressive because both guys looked like they do not belong in the UFC, and I'm not taking a shot at the guy. He just didn't look at it. He shot early, he shot low, and he didn't have it. He had to readjust. I watched both these boys 3 fights deep on one, 4 fights deep on another. I'm taking money line Zabira. I actually parlayed him because minus 540 sucks. I think if there's a finish, it's Zabira by KO. I think if it goes the distance, it is Zabira by unanimous decision. I do not see a path to victory for Brenner at all. Anybody else look at this fight at all?
No, but there's no way he's going to lose.
No, I don't see it. And I looked for it, but I don't see it.
Francesca,
Oh, I see Andrew down
Francesca
here.
had her hand up. Go ahead, Francesca.
Oh, sorry. How's it going? I sort of looked at this fight. I didn't bet on it or anything, but it's pretty much just as you said. I think it's going to be. I think this is the leg up fight for dude again with the names for Zubaira. I
It's
don't
called
know.
Warrior. It's got a pretty good nickname. Give him Warrior.
Yeah. We'll go with that. But I feel like, I mean, his last win against Ricardo, dude. I mean, I don't know that he was peaking, and I thought that was an interesting decision before when he fought Hakeem. I had actually bet on him to win, and after I saw the weigh-ins, I like threw hella money on Hakeem's side after coming in heavy, and it looked like he did that on purpose, you know, because like a lot of people were trying to turn around quickly during 2020, and I don't know, that always sticks in the back of my head when I'm I don't know, kind of like tainted his I don't know, tainted the whole thing for me because I don't know, I don't like that shit at all. So but I do think that as far as training at AKA, his politics, his management are on point with the UFC. So they're going to give him whatever fight they need to get him to where they think he needs to be. And I feel like this is a tune-up. Like this is some shit you kind of see in boxing, you know. But I think he should win this fight. And if he doesn't, I'm gonna be like, all right, well now there's a mental issue there because physically he should go in there and dominate him. But I think it's going to be kind of a mental test for him. I think at least in the later rounds.
Does anybody know? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I agree with everything you said. I think Zubira got the fight, to be honest. You said a little bit of a tune-up fight. I think he got it because this is Islam's card. I started thinking about that while you were talking. And then I was going to say, does anybody know if anybody else is training with Islam and Zubira in these camps? Because anybody that got this card on that basis, I would favor highly. This is a big camp for them guys. Yeah, it's a huge camp for them guys, but I think those are the only two guys. But I think that's why Zubira got this fight. I don't know. I'm surprised he's the opener, to be honest. But I think that's why he got this fight. I'm gonna lap this one out. Normally I would ask Marin what he's got next, or ask Andrew what he's got next when Marin's not here, but Andrew's probably busy with his kids, so I'm not mad at that. Up next, we have Shane Young versus Blake Riddler. Tail of the tape here. Shane Young and Blake Riddler are both 5'8", fighting at 145. Young has a 4-inch reach advantage, 72 inches over 68 inches. Shane fights orthodox. Bidler fights switch. I don't know much about Bidler. I'm going to be honest. I didn't look at this fight. I didn't tape this fight. And I don't like to talk bad about people, but Shane Young is man, I would assume this is a build fight or a bricklaying fight for another fighter. He hasn't done well in his past 4 or 5 fights. I know that for sure. Who had tape on this one?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, Mr. Trace, tear that shit up.
All right, so this was a pretty easy fight to break down for the most part. Builder, he's an undefeated amateur and professional. He has never lost. Unlike most prospects, he's not the youngest. At 32 years of age, he's been doing it for a while, which is what. Sorry, hang on. He's coming up the right way, I believe. I mean, facing the right amount of experienced fighters at the right time. Shane Young hasn't showed us anything in the UFC that would lead me to believe that he's going to win. I think this is a setup spot for Builder. The most remarkable thing about Young, to me, is the fact that he thinks it's cool to stick out his tongue and get in a grown man's face and stick his tongue out at him. For me, I feel like this fight's going to come down to Builder getting the guy down and give me Builder by submission.
Early or late, just to ask.
I mean, he's pretty balls to the wall when he fights. So I mean, it just depends on how long Shane Young's able to keep him off of him and keep him from choking him out. But I'd probably say second round.
You don't think he's going to knock him out?
I think
Jesus
he
Christ,
can
looking
do
at these
whatever he
stats,
wants to him. Really, I just think the path of least resistance would be to get him down and choke him. I mean, the dude's got a pretty nasty head and arm choke.
Who was speaking
I
before?
was saying it's crazy looking at these stats. The Builder has one fight here in the UFC, and his submission average per 15 minutes is 9.3.
So you figure in the 3 minutes that he fought, he must have thrown up 2 then, right?
Yeah, looking like it.
Because his fight was average. He's got one fight with an average fight time of 3 minutes 14 seconds, which means that's how long that
Yeah,
fight
and that
against
was his
Morgan.
fight on the Contender Series.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Young's best thing on paper is he went 3 rounds with Volk.
I seen that and was like, wait a minute. When the fuck did he fight Volk? Well, I wasn't on that one, and I doubt anybody else taped this one real hard. Anybody else got a take on this fight? Oh, wait. I see Francesco. Go ahead.
Well, I know Blake when I was living in SoCal. He had just started his well, not just started his pro career, but I was out there I guess 2018. And he works really, really hard. Like, he puts in the work, he puts in the hours. I think the UFC is trying to get him someone that can get him experience, right? Because that's the test, right? Is to try to get these contender guys rounds without hurting them. And I think that's going to be what happens here, because Blake, if he got in there with like a real mixed martial artist with experience that was composed and talented in maybe more than one area, I think Shane Young is very average kind of all over, but I think he can get him through 3 rounds without hurting him. But I do think that Blake, he can get drawn into like brawls, drawn into positions where you're like, maybe think about this. Kind of like the fight IQ thing is a little bit shaky. But against someone like Shane Young, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I could definitely kind of lean Blake there. And his boxing coach is like super good. So I don't know. I think he'll have a good squad around him and a good mentality going into it. But I would say if it was anyone other than Shane Young, I'd say this is a very dangerous fight for Blake, but it's not. So it's, I think it'll be okay.
Fair enough. That's pretty awesome that you know him. I think I'm going to put him in a parlay. I think I'm going to trust Trace's tape work here, and I think I'm going to parlay him in a minute here. Anybody else got anything on this fight?
I would just say, man, I think the tape hasn't gotten there yet. I would say jump on him now if you're going to jump on him, because by the end of the week, he will be a favorite. He won't be an underdog anymore.
Yeah, I was just looking at that and was surprised, as confident as you sound, that he was an underdog. I was like, ooh, maybe we should tie him up with Zabira over there and do something. Vinny, what you got?
Yeah, no, all I want to say is this guy Blake, what's his name? Blake?
Yeah.
Yeah, Blake Builder.
Builder.
Blake the Builder. Yeah.
Blake the Builder. Yeah, no, I think I like like you were saying that I think the UFC is just trying to set him up to build him up. So I mean, I think it's going to be a great pick for us to take him early, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry, Vinny, go ahead. I think this is gonna be like what Keno Shida last week should have been. Like they tried to set Keno up, he just he couldn't get it done. But I think this one goes a little bit more to plan. I think this is the get him in, get him a win, kind of get a little hype behind him, and see what you can do with him afterwards. I don't think he's gonna be a world beater, but I'm not saying he can't be either. I think the talent's there. It's just at that point you got to get with the right places, the right camps, the right nutritionists. all the stuff that you can finally afford once you start getting up there. So,
Yep.
but for this,
Hiro,
like
Hiro,
Francesca said, for here, I think we're safe.
Yeah.
Hiroshima looked fucking great last week, man. He looked amazing.
Ken Oshido got submitted, or I don't remember if he got submitted. He got finished.
No, I'm
But
not talking about.
anyways, that's last week's tape. Go ahead, Joe. What you got?
You got any official bets for this fight?
I mean, if you can get him on the money line right now while he's still a dog, just take the easy money. I mean, what?
Well,
Don't chase something if you ain't got to.
you
No,
you
that's
might
fine. That's fine.
you might want to wait. As far I don't know, I'm seeing on some of these lines it opened up at -110, so it was like a pick 'em, and then he's going further into the dog side. So this might be one. It depends on what media week looks like, but this one might be one where if you wait, he might go plus, plus 200, like becoming a considerable dog as the media week goes on. I don't know. It's just a little thing. It might go back down. It might go back down, but I don't know. He is one that I might wait to place a bet because I think you can get better than one plus 115 or plus 110. That's what did you get in at this bet or this line?
I'm looking at him at plus 115
Mm-hmm.
right now, but if I take him with Zabura, I get him at plus 156 together. I like to play parlays. I was
Mm-hmm.
gonna go all money lines this year, but I enjoy 2-3 leg parlays.
Yeah.
So
There you go.
that's probably what I'm gonna do. I get it at plus 156. I don't know, depending on if Trace hit tape on Loma or not, and depending on if he's on Loma or not, may alter that bet there. Anybody else got anything on the Shane Young Blake Builder fight? All right, I'm gonna lap this one out. Next fight on the mic, or next fight on topic is, man, I wasn't even ready. Ain't this a bitch? Okay. Damn it. I'm supposed to say this, right? So I'm calling her Loma and Elise Reed. We did this last time Loma fought, and you guys tried to make me say the name. We're not doing it. So it's Loma versus Elise Reed. That's what we're saying. So from there, I would bring up the stats on those two. Man, Marin's usually ahead of me, guys. Sorry, I read what I got and I do my other things here.
Yeah, I can pull this up, Joe, if you need me to.
I'm just not in the habit. Marin's usually got it. All right, so Loma's 5'1", Elise Reed 5'3", Loma 61-inch reach, Reed 63-inch reach, so she's 2 inches taller, 2 inches longer, both orthodox, so that matches up well. Loma lands at 4.2 significant strikes per minute. Reed lands at 2.7. Loma only absorbs at 2.5, so that's a nice match. But Reed absorbs at 3.5. Listen, I've talked about this before. Even when you don't watch, even when you're not taping it, a pattern that I've seen is when someone throws higher volume and lands at a lower volume, and there's no takedowns to support it. It's usually a winning combination. Elise Reed averages per takedowns per 15 minutes 0.94. Loma averages 1.8. Mathematically, it would say that Loma should win that. That has nothing to do with tape. I'm just saying on math. It does say Elise Reed has 100% takedown accuracy. I don't know how many takedowns she has shot in her career in the UFC over 4 fights, so I don't know how much that's worth. And she says she's got a defense of 50%. I don't know that she'd get Loma down. I've watched Loma fight. I don't know that she'd get Loma down. Did you hit tape on this one, Trace?
Yeah, I did. I got it right up.
What you got, bud? Go ahead.
All right, so Loma's pretty much better everywhere. Loma comes from a Muay Thai background. Great striking credentials. What is Reed going to show her on the feet that she hasn't already seen? I expect Loma to dominate with kicks, disrupting Reed's timing, not giving her a chance to get any real offense of her own started. I see her picking her apart on the feet, dominating her in the clinch, and even maybe getting some trip takedowns from the clinch. They do have a common opponent in Sam Hughes, who finished Reed but was dominated by Loma. I do know that Loma has had some like judgment issues in the past, like where the girl was shooting a takedown on her. She was on top of a girl. They separated, and she just started walking away. I think it was against the Gomes fight, and then when there was still 30 seconds left in the ring, she thought the round was over. So I do understand that she does have like lacks of judgment and sometimes, but and lacks of awareness. But with that being said, I do like Loma to win. I would steer away from the decision prop and go money line if you're going to do that, because I do see where she can get the finish inside the distance. Um, Honestly, like she could knock her out, but she's also, I mean, Loma's shown her the ability to grapple and wrestle in her last few fights. She could easily take her down and submit her. I mean, she definitely is improving in leaps and bounds, and we've seen it over the last few fights. But yeah, so give me Loma inside. I'm gonna do a sprinkle on the Loma inside the distance, but I'll probably hit the Loma money line, and I think that's a key parlay piece, man. I think that's money.
Usman, what you got?
What it do, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry if it's a little windy out here. I'm hiding from the wife and children so I can get up in this space earlier. But I actually got notes on this fight, guys, and I think Trace hit it pretty damn spot on. Yeah, Loma's got the Muay Thai background, but I think she actually does better when she does mix up her strikes with her takedowns. I think things that are going to be open are going to be the teep down the middle, the knees and the clinch from space when Reed throws that 1-2, which seems like it's the only thing she got. She's got a nice high kick too, or quick high kick. But when she throws that 1-2, I think Luma will be able to get her with the overhand right and the elbow.
Hey,
Um,
Usman,
I,
would you
yes,
think
sir.
you say it's fair to say that teep up the middle is going to be it's going to kill Elise Reed? Like it's going to be disrupting all of her combos. Now I don't think she's going to get started because of that. I did just say kicks, but I mainly meant that teep, man. I think she's going to just stall her with it.
Oh yeah, that keep is money. I have here on these notes that here are my notes on Reed. She looks to hit hard. She only does boxing with that quick high kick, and she wants to be the one pressing forward. She's gonna slow down as the fight goes on, and she's gonna be throwing her shots down the middle. The bad thing about that is that she gives away her hips for anybody that's willing to shoot a takedown. Loma's been able to show a double leg, but mostly you hit it on the head with the trips. I think when I looked at all of Loma's fights earlier today. Every single fighter, even if it was against Lupi, she was able to, in the clinch, turn her around. She looks like she's way stronger than she looks. She's able to use those hips to do a little judo throw or some leg trips. I can't see any way that Loma fights. If we want to talk about narrative, Loma in her second UFC fight was set up to fight Angela Hill in Australia again. They're putting her back in Australia. And yeah, my big red flags for Loma is that she does not move that head at all. Elise Reed is going to be able to hit her right in the fucking face because she does not move her head. And another thing to speak on that bad IQ, yeah, I think she did it against Lupi. She did it against Gomez. She did it against Hughes. She will be dominating and having a lot of pressure on the top and just say, okay, it's time to get up. I really hope she doesn't do that because I agree with you, Trace. I am looking to sprinkle Loma by KO. I want her to get her first finish here, and I believe it's going to be ground and pound because when you look at Elise Reed's fights, she just loves to lay on her back. She loves to lay on her back, and I would love to see Loma be a little bit smarter, keep her on the ground, control her, and then fucking finish her with some elbows on the ground in that second or third round.
Yes, I love that passion, bro. Hell yeah, you killed that shit.
And honestly, I just from my mind's eye, I thought, oh shit, Elise Reed's gonna be the bigger one. Every time I think about Elise Reed, it's some big ass fucking forearm. I mean, biceps. She looks like she's really strong, but she's just not as physical as you think that she should be. And I do believe Loma's just going to be stronger. She's going to have better ability in the clinch. I think those knees are going to wreck her stomach. And I think that's going to help with that late finish. The teeps to the stomach and the knees to the stomach hopefully gasses her out. We know she slows down. I'm all in on Luma.
Man, people hate on her, bro. She's my favorite dark horse in that division. But go ahead,
She's
Vinny. What
fun.
you got, Vinny?
I was just gonna say, uh, Elise Reese is a pretty slow person, and yeah, I think Loma's gonna be able to take her down and show her a couple good moves, and I'm going with the submission in the second round. I don't think Reese likes to run out of gas, so I'm taking the submission.
Yo, Vinny, I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Don't get crazy with it. Don't get cute with it. Just take the inside of the distance if you're gonna do that. That way you're covered. If you think she's gonna get the finish, that way you're covered on both ends, and you still get plus. You're probably gonna get good, very good plus money on that. So
On the
I wouldn't get too cute with it.
on the inside the distance, yeah, you're probably right. That's a good idea too. I
Yeah,
don't
if you
think
I
about
mean,
that.
if you think she's gonna finish her, man, you might as well just cover both ends and not worry about it because you're gonna be pissed you didn't do that afterwards if she gets the knockout instead.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about Reese running out of gas, and Loma is more of a. I know she's good on the feet, but I think she's better on the ground. And like I said, a lot of people, like you said, actually, a lot of people hate on her. So
Yeah, yeah.
Anybody
Yeah,
else
Joe.
on this fight? Francesca, get it.
Well, I definitely agree with what everyone's been saying. I mean, on Elise's side, I mean, it's like, her losses are like Sajara Eubanks and Sam Hughes, and you're getting like finished, and Loma hits way harder than both of them. So it's like, I don't know. I think Loma's gonna come out and just start whacking her, and she's not gonna like it. She doesn't like getting touched like that, even though it's funny because her style is she tries to engage a lot. But I think Loma, I mean, against the kind of like a pure wrestler in Lupita, it's a little bit hard. But I mean, Muay Thai fighters, they have super strong hips. I feel it's like they tend to do a little bit better than your average just pure striker going up against a wrestler. But I think the UFC is trying to get her a stoppage here. I think they're trying to build her up, because I mean, these decisions, like, they're cool, but people want to see someone stop somebody. So I think this is definitely a Loma's night. I'm definitely on the same betting plane as you guys. Definitely inside the distance. On my bookie has like the under 2.5 at plus 232, but um, like you said, Elise kind of fades at the end, and Loma's a closer. So I don't know. It could be an interesting one, but I think she's gonna get her first stoppage, like you were saying earlier. But I think this is a good fight. I think it'll be exciting. Both girls engaged, they bang. I think it'll be good. There will be blood.
Bloody.
Very nice. Very nice. Anybody else? All right, I'm gonna lap this one out. 11 minutes, not too bad on that one. All right, so up next is Jack Jenkins and Don Shanis. Jenkins is 5'7", Shanis 5'6". Jenkins 68-inch reach, Shanis 67, so 1-inch height, 1-inch reach. I mean, that's pretty much the same. Jenkins fights switch stance. Shanis is orthodox. All right, so they've only both got one fight apiece in the UFC. So calling out the stats from all of the fights or whatever on the averages, it's not really relevant. I don't see the point in doing that. Let me see. Did anybody say they were going to tape this fight?
Yeah, I taped it.
Rhino, my man, what you got on this fight?
Well, I mean, I watched about 3 fights of Jenkins. He had the fight with Costa. That was a 5-rounder that he got as a unanimous decision. I mean, I watch his switch stances. He doesn't stay too southpaw. When he does, he kind of does that Giga thing where he turns it into a leg kick or he turns it into that body kick. So you just switch and throw left. Uh, his he's got a lot of really good foot movement. He's got head movement for days. He's one of those little bouncy back and forth guys that is definitely hard to hit and is throwing people off. I mean, in his fights that I watched, he's definitely somebody that's all around. So there's not really a one way to beat him. If I was going to take him out, I'd probably say you'd have to, stop his, ground game, only stand with him and try bang. But that's all this guy has. This Don, he's like a brawler. He just wants to come in there and like go forward, and that's how he got Yusuf to give him that guillotine really fast because he just fought wild like an idiot. And then he did the same thing in a fight in the past against this Pifster guy who was a can. I mean, in all reality, he could have beat the shit out of him. So this one to me is one for the crowd. So I'm taking Jenkins inside the distance.
Nice. Hold on here. Someone had their hand up. Man, is that Emperor on the Fight Nights account?
What's up, big dog? How we doing
Man,
on
you
this
boys
fine evening?
over there with you boys big time over there with your own discount codes and apps and stuff. We weren't sure if you were coming back to a little old us to say
Man,
hello.
I'll never forget where the roots came from. I see that picture with the sad face, but hey, always love chopping it up with you guys, and happy to be here. Wanted to just add a few cents on this prelims fight. Look, I completely see. I think it was Rhino that was on the mic. They were talking about Don Shanis, and he clearly just has a very low IQ. Puts himself in really like terrible situations. Certainly a madman with really no sound, defense on the feet. A guy in Jack Jenkins, I watch him fight and he stays very poised, man. He stays smart. He's not putting himself in many dangerous situations. So, sure, he had a few back-to-back losses on the regional scene there, but I think the UFC I think it's very clear what the UFC is doing here. They have a really young prospect and Jack Jenkins, who made an impression on the Dana White Contender Series, at 29 years old, coming out of Australia, fights in Australia. I don't really see a world where Don Shanis, finds a win here. Obviously we saw what Sadiq Yusuf did. And look, I think Jack Jenkins, the fact that this fight is in his backyard in Australia, I have no doubt that he gets the job done. I do think that it's a pretty safe parlay piece. Of course, with the line movement, it's pretty much steamed up to, I believe, minus 345 right now on DK. Which is a good sign that, he's most likely coming through. And I certainly think that he will, most likely inside the distance. So, yeah, love a Jack Jenkins knockout, either round 2 or round 3.
Nice. Trace, what you got?
Yeah, so as we know, we've been trying to get into the DraftKings and the DFS stuff for MMA, and little hint for a little later, a little sneak peek. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a list later whenever we get towards the end of the show. But this is my favorite piece for the DraftKings lineups for fantasy. I think he is a smash play. I think this is a setup fight for him. I think the UFC's doing him a favor so they can rub his back. He'll rub their back later. But I think he gets the finish here. And I think if you're going to do DraftKings, you need to lock him into your lineup.
Nice. I'm actually looking to do one this
Actually,
week,
I
probably.
have numbers for you. He is one of the higher tier ranged ones as far as price wise. He's 9,300. He has Islam, who's above him at 95, and then he has who's the other one that was right below him. He has
Sabira. It's got to be
no
Sabira.
Jack Della Zabir's above him as well, and then Jack Della Maddalena. And I just feel like of those, I mean, sure, Islam, but of those other ones, the high risk ones, I think he has the highest output, and he'll put out the most points more than likely than the other ones will, because of finishes. You get more points for finishes. So I feel like he's a lock in.
Nice. Everybody's on the same fighter. That gives me a lot of confidence because I'm going to stack a few parlays through this card just for something to do this week. So I actually took the first 3 fights. I took the picks. What were they there? Zabira. Who'd you have in the second fight there, Trace?
Zabira Loma, and then Builders.
Yep. I took the 3 of them. I think I got it at plus 250 or 252 or something like that. And I don't know why, bro. DraftKings gave me like 8 free $25 bets. So when I'm making my own bets, then I take another 25 of the bonus bets and I do that. But I don't want to mix it because I don't want them to do some of that MGM bullshit. So I make my bets and then I go use their bonus stuff. I don't know why I got it, but I'm gonna take it. So I get like 2 for the price of 1. Fuck it, right? Anybody else got anything on this fight?
Well, that's a quick one.
All right, yeah, that one wasn't too bad actually. There was a lot of good input on that in 7 minutes too.
Who was
So
everybody
yeah,
on?
Rhino, what was your prediction for the fight?
Yeah, what was your
Jenkins.
bet? If you're making a bet, what
I
was your
made
bet?
a bet on Jenkins inside the distance. I think he finishes
Love it.
Nice. I heard him say Jenkins inside the
Did you give
distance. Nobody
is there a
disagreed
number on
with
that
that
yet?
at all.
On I use DraftKings, and on DraftKings there's no number for it yet. All I can get is the over or under and the money line. Do you have a number on that?
I'm looking at Bet Online right now, and they've got just inside the distance at a -105.
It's not
I
bad.
took them for the knockout. I just took them for the knockout. It was 215.
Plus 215.
Yeah, plus 215 for the
Yeah.
knockout. I thought that was worth it. I mean, he's quite the favorite at this point. Just the money line -335. Everybody's probably gets thrown on a lot of parlays before it gets too high. I bet you it's going to be, 350 by the time we get to fight night.
I agree.
All right. Wait, man. Francesca was active tonight. You got anything on the? We're about to clock it out. Francesca, you got anything on the? What ones are we looking at? Shaynis Jenkins fight.
Well, I was looking at the what's it called? At the line that you guys were talking about on I normally go through my bookie, but on there they have it as over or under on 1.5, which is interesting because normally they have it on a 2.5 rounds, over or under 2.5 rounds. So I don't know what other people's things are showing, but I
It
don't know, I
may
thought that
go
was
up from
really
there if it
interesting.
gets betted up, but usually they bet it up and then they'll raise it up if they to that over under to 2.5.
Yeah, it's the same thing on DraftKings right now too. I just seen it like
Yeah.
seconds before you said that.
Because sometimes with like the heavyweights, they'll do 3.5. Like if it's a 5 round, if it's a like 5 round main event, they'll do 3.5 rounds instead of 4.5 rounds. You're like, oh no, we might not make it. I don't know, but that's interesting.
Yeah, I like when I can get the 1.5, but when they bump it to 2.5, it turns me off quite a bit.
Right.
D baby, I seen you grab a mic, bud. Did he leave? Oh, there he is. What's up, bud?
What's poppin'? What it is, y'all?
Man, before you try to rewind us on these other 3 fights, you got anything on the Jenkins versus Shaynis fight?
The Jenkins fight?
Yeah, you got anything?
Yeah, I got Jenkins.
Okay,
Yeah.
next. We don't have to talk about this.
All right, hold on.
We'll go to the next one.
Let me just do this for baby real quick.
Man, let me talk my
Everybody,
shit, bro. What's up? Underground, you got what it is, bro?
hold on.
How you doing, bro?
Baby, everybody's on Zabira. Everybody's on Builder. Everybody's on Loma. Everybody's on Jenkins. You're caught up. I mean, everybody. There has been no fucking discretion in this room at all about any of the picks.
No,
like
hold on, because I kind of like Elvis, or what's the name? The Brenner kid.
Yeah,
The
I like
Brazilian kid.
buildings.
What's his name?
Oh,
Elvis
you talking
Brenner.
about the
Yeah, LB Brenner. I
You're
kind of
out
like him,
your
man.
fucking mind. Go ahead with that shit.
I don't know, but I think I got a big surprise coming there.
Yeah, that all your money's gonna be gone. Surprise.
That's that Brazilian dude, right? That's that Brazilian dude.
Yeah, that's the Brazilian dude on the first fight.
Man, I ain't feeling him, bro. Like that's the dude I just be rushing in and shit, and just be throwing bombs. Oh no, that's the dude that's fighting Malarkey. I'm tripping. I'm thinking about a different dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I don't think that's him.
No, that's the one. Well, hold on. I'm about to laugh that one in right now.
Hold on. You said everybody like Builder. I like Builder too. I think he gonna submit him.
Yep, that's what I had for Builder was a submission. I taped the shit out of that fight, D baby. You on the right track, brother.
Yeah, he definitely taped the shit out of it, and that was definitely his read. All right, all right. Let me move on. I'm gonna go to Jamie Malarkey versus Francesco Pedro. Tail of the tape. Jamie is 6 foot. Pedro is 5'10", 74-inch reach for Jamie. Nothing available on Francesco on any of that. This is Francesco's entry fight in the UFC. We're not going to have a lot of stats on him. We know that Jamie is one of those fighters that lands 4.1 significant strikes per minute, but absorbs 4.8 significant strikes per minute. Yeah, averages 2.5 takedown attempts, or averages 2.5 takedowns per 15 minutes, but averages less than 1/2 takedown per or submission attempt per 15 minutes. Man, I actually like Jamie. I've seen his interviews. I got no problem with the guy. I think he could be a problem for this kid from what I see, but I think this is a builder fight. Sometimes I believe that the books know something that maybe we don't know or we do know, but sometimes I think the books know. I think this is a builder fight for him. I know Dead Picks got tape on this thing though. Dead Picks, where are you at?
Alright, so I was doing some little digging on Francis Prado, and there's not really much tape on him. The tape that I was able to find though is that I was able to see that he was able to get wrestled down, and he would throw a lot of naked kicks. And what do you call it? But the thing with his naked kicks is that they would never be as hard as Jamie's. He throws heavy telegraph hooks. What do you call it? Which leads to takedowns. Very wide overhands. This is not going to be good. What do you call it? If Jamie's able to land that pipe, down the middle. What do you call it? Well, some good things that I was able to find on Prado was that he does use wrestling dominantly. What do you call it? In this one fight with Mauricio Peru, I guess his name was. He was basically controlling the takedown and the ground game for like rounds 1 and 3. Um, yeah, what do you call it? He basically choked out his opponent in round 3, and he had to tell the ref that his opponent was a sub. What do you call it? He was like basically out, and his like the ref was it just didn't know. What do you call it? A lot of this guy's fights come out of a samurai. What is it called? Samurai Fight House. It was really a lot of Candy Crushing, honestly. There's like you could like go watch his fights. There's like very few out there, and they end with they end within like fucking not even 15 minutes. Like this guy like gets his like fucking finishes within like a round. That last fight that I mentioned with the Mauricio Peru was like the longest he was able to go, which was all 3 rounds. But it ended within the first minute of the round, I guess. So yeah, so I guess he could go some rounds, but he doesn't. He's not gonna have the gas tank if Jamie wants to take him into deep waters. Basically, what I'm getting at is I'm gonna take Jamie inside the distance because Jamie just has, like you mentioned, Joe, he has better output. He could, he's gonna dance on this kid from what I see because Francis didn't really have a lot of tests, so if he's not, what do you call it, being striking out there, what do you call it, in a real fight, then how could you really trust his stand up? Jamie has an iron chin. I think he's not gonna have to really rely on it in this fight because even if he wants to go for takedowns, he would be able to get them. It's not like the kid has slick jiu-jitsu or anything, like at least not from what I was seeing. So the kid's still working. He's a work in progress, and this is gonna be like you said, a builder fight for Jamie because they're in fucking his home, his backyard. He's one of the Aussie boys. So man, this is if you want to take anything, I would suggest taking. Yeah, I would probably even take the under. You could probably take the under, if not, just take Jamie inside the distance. Yeah, Jamie's just he's too much for this kid. There's not much.
Nice. Very
Oh,
nice.
oh yeah, this the dude I'm talking about. I be rushing in and shit, right?
Yeah, yeah, bro. This kid's like very wide shots. What do you call it? Like I'm telling you, bro. Like if Jamie wants to like get him with the fucking jab, like he will be able to get it. But I don't know. Like Jamie's a wild. He likes that fight. So who knows if he'll even go for it. But if anything, he has a good counters, bro. You could go back to that Brad Riddell fight. What do you call it? Where he was just getting the shit beat out of him, and it was the third round where he was almost about to be done, and he just counters him perfectly, and he didn't win the fight, but it shows that he has that heart, and yeah, bro, I'm telling you, like I could get into it with Jamie, but dog, there's you don't gotta worry about it, bro. Just put Jamie in your parlays. I think you're fine with Jamie. You can even put money line on him if you want.
Nice. Usman, what you got?
I don't know about that, guys. You know me. I like my sexy bets. And first off, I think it'll be fun and easy to go ahead and hit that under 1.5. Yes, Prado. I watched I think 6 fights of Prado's fights, all available on YouTube. The one that Deadpix was talking about, where he got held down. Yeah, he got held down 2 rounds. It was by a guy who had 36 fights. I don't think he's can crushing. Everybody on his record seems to have a winning record. Besides, I think the 2 guys that were 0-0-0, and then the 1 guy who was like 4-13. But yes, he does swing wild going forward. I think he swings wild with the hooks, the spinning kicks, the fucking big ass kicks, because he's secretly a ground fighter. He's very slick on the floor. When we saw the other fight that got into the second round, it didn't get into the second round because he was the one getting wrestled. It got into the second round because he wrestled the guy and held him down for the whole first round and then got him. I don't know why. I'm really feeling Prado. I think his blast double. I think he's got good IQ for such a young fighter. It was yeah, he swings wild, like I said, but it's because he wants to get it to the ground. If he did get pieced up on the feet, he was quick to go ahead and go to the body lock, the clinch, blast that double. I think good strikes for him are going to be the teep kick once again, the knees and the uppercuts down the middle. I think that also works because one thing I hate that Jamie Malarkey does, he does great with mixing up his weapons and mixing up his targets, but when he goes to the body, he always lunges forward and puts his head down, dips his head down there for the knee and the uppercut. When he's throwing that overhand right, he's dipping his head down. His head comes down a lot. Jamie Malarkey loves to get punched. I think Jamie is either going to get broken here or he can easily go through a decision. This is not one where I'm saying like, nah, Prado's got it 100%. No way. I 100% understand where people would be going with on the Jamie Malarkey side, but I really like Prado, man. And I think the best strategy for Jamie Malarkey, don't wrestle, don't take it to the ground, and don't even use that much kicks because I think his kicks are very easily telegraphed. He winds them up, and if he does get time, Prado can easily step in and hit him with a big shot. I think what we saw in the second and third round of the Michael Johnson fight for Jamie Malarkey is his best bet. Go ahead and just strike from the outside, hit him with that jab, and try to stay out of range. If he fights smart, Jamie Malarkey all day. But I like Bravo, and I am going to be looking at the inside the distance. I'm going to be looking at that under 1.5 because even if Bravo comes out like a bat out of hell, he does slow down, but he doesn't fall off a cliff. When he does come out like a bat out of hell, he could easily get clipped, and that saves you on the under either way. I'm taking a dog shot on Prado. I think Jamie Malarkey might be the ugly duckling of Australia this card, and he might take an L here. Not something that I'm telling you bet the bank on it, but I'm definitely going to be sprinkling on Prado.
Good luck to you, sir.
Very nice take. Very nice counter take.
And bro said,
Emperor,
"Good
what you
luck to
got?
you, sir." He said, "Good luck to you, sir."
Yeah, I was just gonna say no. First off, love the breakdown there, Usman. Look with this matchup, I just like kind of look at the basics, and it's like you have a guy coming off of the Argentinian regional scene at 20 years old, fighting in Malarkey's backyard in Australia. I just think it's a really tough task for him, man. And if we're like trying to look at that ugly, what did you say, the ugly duckling? I think that we should be looking at Jack Della Maddalena, but that's a topic for another situation, a little down this line of the spaces. But look, man, I just think this is a tough cast. Look, Malarkey has a few wins in the UFC. I don't think that he's the most glorified guy, but I do think that he has a good enough wrestling base to negate that early violence from the young Argentinian. I mean, look, the dude was born in 2002. That's just so wild to think about. But man, I just think that Malarkey's going to have the grown man strength in this spot. I think that he has the ability to take this to the mat. I mean, hey, look, maybe this young gun out of Argentina proves us all wrong, and he's this up and coming prospect. And we look down the line, in 3 years from now, and look back at this fight and be like, man, we got him at a plus 215 dog. So, hey, Usman, if he comes out, I much respect you, sir. But I just think that there's a lot of odds against him in this spot, and I expect Malarkey to rely on that wrestling and negate that that early violence, and most likely finish his fight via decision.
Now, Emperor, I'm not saying I have a plus 1,400 sprinkle on the submission for on Brown in the Madalena fight, but that's a story for later.
That's
Yeah,
it.
man, hold off, Trace.
Man, did Rob fall out? He had his hand up. Did Rob fall out of here? Man, J-Spec was in here. I ain't talked to him in a while, man. My bad for
I
cutting.
was about to hand it over to him, but he disappeared.
Man, I don't know. Anyway, anybody else on this fight? Baby, you got a bet on this fight?
Yeah, I got a bet on this fight. You already know.
What is it?
Francesca got her hand up. Baby,
What
what's
is
your
it?
bet? And then hand it off to Francesca.
Nah, it's just a parlay piece. That's it.
I feel that.
Nothing major.
I'm
I will
about to
say
parlay
this.
There
right
he is.
here, too.
There's Jay. Let him get on.
Yeah.
J-Spec Rob, how have you been, sir? He ain't there.
Crickets.
Hey, Rob, can you hear Joe?
Francesca, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say his speaker's off, so maybe he has to press that to talk.
I don't know. You got anything on this fight? Because I'm gonna lap it out if not.
Yeah. I mean, definitely some interesting takes. I mean, if you're looking at the younger fighter of the bunch, right, 20 years old, coming in as a replacement, right, because Jamie was supposed to be fighting somebody else. This makes me question kind of his management in a way, and the decision making that's coming out of his corner, because if so how a person does one thing is how they do all things, right? And that's kind of his style. Like, he doesn't think it through. And no offense to the 20-year-old males out there, that's what you gotta learn, right? So he's young, right? He's coming in short notice against a legit UFC fighter. Jamie Malarkey is a legit UFC fighter, regardless of if he's on the train to a belt or not. He has, withstood a lot of tests. He has a lot of experience. And Prado actually just got his black belt in Taekwondo, which is interesting because he doesn't really use his footwork kind of like that. But I don't know. I think he's pretty good on top of his feet, sliding in and out. But, I mean, he's wild. He doesn't look like he has a game plan, and, I feel like that's something that experience and composure, it just comes with that. But that's kind of exactly how taking this fight is, right? It's probably the UFC, right? When they signed him for this fight, they usually give you another one, right? Because you're taking this short notice and it's not looking good. You know what I'm saying? So they usually give you another chance. That kind of what happened with that one dude that fought Sean O'Malley. But I just, man, you
So
could
you pretty much
ruin.
saying you pretty much saying he get knocked out, pretty much.
Fuck, I mean, you can ruin a fighter like that. He could be a great prospect, 20 years old, hasn't even hit his man strength yet, and you're gonna put him in there with somebody last minute. It's a big card, 20-year-old handling the moment. There's a whole media week before this. I don't like that. I think the odds should be bigger. I mean, I feel like it's gonna get, if you're gonna bet on Jamie, you do that now, because this is just gonna.
You're on the money, because it's not a fight that you think Jamie would want. It just doesn't really match. It's like you're gonna take a young kid that has nothing to lose while you're sitting here on home turf. Wow, that was kind of stupid. Didn't you want to win in front of your mom? I see exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, because I mean, Nasrat, that would have been. I don't know. I feel like I would have bet on him, But now that fight comes through, and then you're fighting someone that's hasn't really fought a UFC fighter before. I mean, obviously that's a big question, but damn, I don't know. I hope he doesn't get really hurt you know, because then he may be like mentally broken. Then we don't get to see what he can do. But I don't know. Best of luck to him.
Very nice. Very nice. Vinny's been waiting patiently. Vinny, get it.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. I just want to say Prado to me is the young guy, and I am gonna go with Prado. I think he's more hungry. I don't think Malarkey is that good. I know he lost to God. What UFC did he fight on that he lost not too long ago? And I think it was wasn't
Michael
it the
Johnson,
Singapore one? Wasn't it the Singapore one fight?
Jalen Turner.
No, the Singapore card with Jerry and
Turn Fairs Ziam.
yeah, no, it was the one after that. He lost to somebody else. Anyway, I can't
Oh,
remember.
Jalen
It was
Turner.
Oh, Brad Riddell.
Jalen Turner.
yeah, I think it was Turner. Yeah. So anyway, I'm taking the younger kid on this one, guys. That's all I gotta say.
Man, that nigga hot garbage, bros.
Thank you.
Emperor, what you got?
No, I just wanted to follow up on something that Francesca said in regards to, if Malarkey is able to just like break this 20-year-old, like how that's going to affect his psyche going forward. And I have to mention it because I called this shit last week with the Adam Fugit fight, knocking out the minus 300, 350 favorite in Yusaka Kinoshita, the 22-year-old. And I have a funny feeling that exactly how Francesca explained it, Yusaka Kinoshita, this highly touted prospect, right? Coming into the UFC, this, that, and the other, gets knocked out as a huge favorite, with his boys, with Tatsuro Taira on the card and this, that, and the other. Like, I have this weird feeling that Kinoshita is going to be a broken fighter from here on out. But I just had to mention that because, like, man, the 22-year-old, now we have a 20-year-old Argentinian guy coming in here. And look, I mean, Malarkey isn't necessarily known as to be a bona fide finisher, but one thing about Malarkey is, man, he still pushes through in that late third round. And if you're winning a decision by Michael versus Michael Johnson, even if it's by split, I mean, clearly you belong. So I think that'll be great for his boost here. And that was about 7-8 months ago. So I think that what's his face is going to evolve quite nicely, Malarkey. So we'll see, man. But I do think that in regards to finding that underdog, I think that there are better opportunities on this card.
Hey, hold on, you was on Fuggy? Hey, good shit, bro. I was thinking about taking Fuggy, but I kind of choked. Fuggy got skills though.
Oh,
Well,
man.
you had to go with the narrative. So, and that was part of the narrative.
Yeah, the narrative got, bro.
All I'm saying, bro, like if you see a man in the UFC with Japanese print on his pec, like don't overlook that man, aka GSP. But Fugit has that tattoo. But I don't know, man. It was just a weird feeling. So much hype on the Yusaka guy. You got a guy at 22 years old at like a huge favorite. Like it made no sense. But and look, I mean, Fugit looked really good versus Morales in that first round. Like it looked like he held his ground and won on 2 of the judges' scorecards too.
How old is the other kid, the Naka, the one that looked really good, that knocked the guy out in like 20 seconds?
The 125er.
The Nakasura, he looked really good. That's the one that I was talking about earlier, Trace. Not Nakasura.
Renya Nakamura.
Nakamura, there you go. That kid looked
Nah, he's
phenomenal.
135. He 135.
All I know, that kid looked phenomenal. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I know he was gonna win, man. He's also like
They fought. They signed
like
him and the dude he beat. They signed him and the dude he beat. He's 27.
He's
they
27.
they say Renya's basically the equivalent to an Olympic caliber wrestler out of Japan or wherever he's from. So
Yeah,
like,
that's his name.
while he
Rian.
can strike, he has Chris boxing, but he's a credentialed like high level wrestler. But anyways, that's a different card.
Anybody else got something on this one?
Next.
I'm gonna laugh.
All I gotta say is one more thing: is Argentinian fighters are not the same as Japanese fighters.
Yeah, I'm not having that, man. None of this lap. All right.
Yeah, you guys got messy. You guys got messy for sure.
All right. So next is Shannon Ross versus Cledson Rodriguez. I believe I said that correctly, but if I didn't, whatever. I butcher that shit all the time.
It was one of your best, brother.
Yeah, I didn't do too bad, right?
Yeah, you can't knock you down for trying, brother.
Top tier stuff. Top tier stuff. I tell you.
So it was last minute. Someone was gonna try to hit this one, but I don't. They're not even in here. But I remember these. So I remember these guys. I remember. What I don't understand is how Shannon Ross got a fight. He got his ass whooped on Contender Series. Like, how
Because he's
is this?
Australian. It's because he's
What
Australian.
I
That's
don't
why.
understand is
Oh, is
how
he
is Cledson
Australian?
only like a -200? Like, how is he not a bigger favorite?
Who you talking about?
Rodriguez. How is Cledson Rodriguez not a huge? Like, he's
Oh,
like
he
a
got bet down then
-200.
because he was -320.
Oh, is he?
He was. I don't
What
know
is he
where
at
he's at
now?
now.
Last time I looked at him, he's like a
320 on
-260. But
DraftKings
I was
right
like,
now.
dude, he's gonna fly. He's probably like -500 by the time the fight comes, and
No,
he rightfully should
he's a
because
-310.
he rightfully should be because
Michigan DraftKings 320. Sorry, Trace. Go ahead. Sorry.
the reason Shannon got signed was because he could take a fucking beating. This man got dropped like 5 times in that fight. Just more like it was. I mean, dude's got heart for days, and he will definitely fight for your money because he. I mean, if he can eat the shot, he's gonna get back up. He ain't gonna quit on you.
Bro, he got dropped in the first and was like, no, let me get back up. Dude was like, wow, dropped his ass again.
Like I'm just hoping that guy that beat him. I don't even remember who it was. It was just such a monster, and that this guy's actually good. Because I mean, he's got the good story, man. I mean, you want to root for the guy. He's the little guy. He's David versus Giant. David versus Goliath. You know, this is. I just don't see it though.
Yeah.
He's got that crazy part, man. It's looking at all those knockouts and never been to a decision is always fucking wild.
Yeah, so he lost to CJ, and I remember CJ in the fight. I don't really remember.
I picked CJ for that fight though. I knew
So
he
that's
was
what I was
gonna
gonna
win that
say. I
fight.
remember that I picked CJ, so I remember CJ in that fight because he had just come off the fucking Dana White Contender Series, and I was like, CJ probably got that. I don't even think I looked at that one and just took it like off of fuck it, I'm gonna put it on a parlay or something. And I was pissy about that one. I don't know that man, based on the Contender Series that I watched on Ross, I took Kletzen right away. I took him at 320 in a parlay. I got him, Zabira and Islam at plus 252 or something combined or some shit like that. I don't know. I took the hell out of it though. Oh no, that's not the right parlay. I got them at minus 102. I still took it though. I
You
took it.
took Islam? Oh, what's the matter with you?
Yeah, bro. Oh Jesus! Don't start it. Don't start it yet. Is anybody else on this fight?
Go ahead and lap that one, brother.
I was going to add
Yeah.
real quick.
Close it down.
Go
Yeah,
ahead, Emperor.
yeah, no, I mean, this is kind of clear of what the UFC is doing here. I mean, Clayton Rodriguez is he's a prodigy over the Team Nogueira gym over in Brazil, and obviously, split decision loss opened up his career, but I tend to think that'll light up a fire in this fight. I think that he's really going to look for a finish. Really, nothing impressive in a guy in Shannon Ross who has a pro MMA record at 13-6. Making his UFC debut. They're throwing him in here because he's Australian, for the crowd, fan favorite. But I mean, man, the man's been finished on the regional scene before. Clayton Rodriguez clearly is very skilled in the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu department. I expect him to find a submission. Honestly, I don't think that I could see it in the first round. Like you said on Topic, like I just don't see how Ross is in the UFC, man. I don't know why we know why they're giving him the opportunity, right? Because he's Australian. And Clayton Rodriguez needs a layup. I think the UFC sees a lot of potential in this man. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Shannon Ross, this wasn't a late replacement, correct? This was a scheduled fight, probably about a
No,
month.
I'm pretty sure Ross got a contract off that same card, off that same fight. I think he gave them to both because of the heart, like I said.
I see. Yeah, so man, I a lot of love for Clayton this week. And look, I mean, at the end of the day, this guy Ross just got knocked out, 4-6 months ago. So certainly don't like backing a fighter coming off of a knockout. But yeah, I see a lot of potential in this Rodriguez guy. I think he's got good crisp striking on the feet. I think that he'll be able to take this down to the mat and probably find a submission. So give me like an arm triangle here in round 3.
Nice. Is it weird that I watch the Dana White Contender Series and I don't watch who gets the contracts a lot of times? Is that weird?
No, it's a lot of droning on at the end of the episode, to be honest with
Yeah, I
you.
just don't fucking like. I'm just like, whatever. You can kind of figure
The
it out.
best part.
It's like
The
you
best
watched
part.
all the fights. Why do you need to go back in the back room to think about it for 5 minutes? You know, just come on, just go ahead and tell us as they win. You know.
Yeah, like I don't know, like
I
I
love
because
this
on
kid.
Twitter you can get it on Twitter edited down to like 20 seconds the next morning. You know what I mean? It's like there we do the space. I go to bed. I wake up. Twitter's like he just said they just cut to Dana saying all the names. It shows Senko like who'd you pick? And Dana's like boom 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 boom. I'm like yep, there it was. I do not watch. I don't. Sometimes I do, but it's only if it's like a guy that I know, like a guy I recognize off of another promotion that I like. Maybe I'll wait to see if he's getting a contract, but I just don't wait to see. I don't know. My buddy was over here and it was on one time and I cut it off and he's like, dude, are you not watching the end of that? And I'm like, who fucking cares? I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, I'm gonna lap this one out. That seems pretty one-sided. I'm gonna go ahead and take a in-space parlay. Man, that's a lot of chalk right there to go Malarkey, Jenkins, and Rodriguez. Plus 135 though. Man, yeah, I'll probably take that one. Anyways, I'm gonna lap that out. We'll go to the next one. I wasn't loaded because I was looking at the stats, so I wasn't prepared. It's Joshua Go ahead.
Kulabau,
Kulabau, right? Kulabau.
Melsik Bagdasarian.
Melsik Bagdasarian. Trace, did you have the tape on this one?
Yes, I did. Hang on
Here,
one second.
let me run off tail of the tape real quick, and then I'll just hand it over to you for the tape. All right. So, all right, I gotta put my fucking glasses on. This is getting ridiculous here. All right. So Kulabau is 5'10. Melsik is 5'9. Kulabau, 73-inch reach. Melsik, 70-inch reach. Orthodox versus Southpaw usually equals a little more action. Someone's leg usually takes a beating. Strikes landed per minute. Both guys. So one guy's got 4 fights. One guy's got 3 fights. So the stats here, they're relevant for what that's worth. Melsik lands 6 significant strikes per minute over 3 fights. Absorbs 3.4 per minute. Kulabau lands at 3 strikes per minute. Absorbs, I mean, it's dead on. He lands at 3.0 significant strikes per minute and absorbs at 3.0 significant strikes per minute. I don't think I've ever seen one match up perfect like that before. Kulabau's striking accuracy is lower, 44% versus 62%. That's actually a big difference. I look at these stats on every fight. That's a pretty big difference. Kulabau's striking defense, 61%. Melsik's at 52%. Neither one of these guys do anything with takedowns. They don't shoot for them. They don't have an accuracy number. They both defend. About 72%, 82%. Both coming off of double wins. Melsik's actually coming off of 3 wins. Trace, go ahead with the tape. Trace, you there?
Yeah, man. Sorry, I was talking to him, my damn mic on. Yeah. So, so at a first glance, this fight to me was truly a coin flip, as the odds showed. Neither guy is really looking to grapple. Both are tough. Both are strikers, and both are willing to take their time, which ultimately, more likely than not, leads to a decision, or left to hope that the judges get this shit right. So for Kulabau, what we've seen is decent power and decent speed. He is somewhat decently defensively sound. And against Choi, he was winning the entire fight aside from where he tried to grapple. He was a step ahead, landing the bigger shots throughout, although he won't have to worry about the takedowns, but the speed and output that is being returned his way. With that being said, the level of competition is in Josh's favor. Melsik. This fight is tailor-made for Melsik, a striker willing to stand with and trade with him who won't / probably can't take him down. Look for Melsik to utilize lots of kicks from legs to head. I give him the edges and speed and power and as well as volume. He does extend his fingers a lot, I've noticed, and I am worried about an eye poke possibly stopping this fight. So Kulabau has been poked multiple times in his eyes because of the way he fights. So I am worried about him catching a finger to the eye. But in conclusion, in a fight that looks to be mostly standing, you're not going to find many fighters that can stand and outpoint Melsick. Give me Melsick via decision. I do want to say I did notice, and it might just because it was Jalen Turner, and that dude's throws with nothing but power. Almost every time he kneed or hit Kulabau to the stomach, he didn't respond well or he got hurt. He seemed like he didn't take it too well. I don't know if that was just because of who it was or if he's as soft to the body as he looks. Um, Melsick throws his leg kicks and his kicks in general like a whip, dude. I mean, he just whips them in there with pure power. I could see him kicking him to the body and getting the TKO finish from there.
Man, come on, man. Hold on. You gonna pick a dude that tries to slap box in a fight over a dude that actually throws a punch? Man, give me Kulabau, bros. Dude be slap
You do
boxing.
know
He think he in a slap boxing fight,
You
bro.
do know, D baby. You do know he has over 100 kickboxing matches, right?
And he still think he in a slap boxing fight, bro. Come on, man.
That's not the first guy that I want to get slapped by. You know what I'm saying?
Man, come on. I mean, he do got some nice kicks, but come on, man. Kulabau all day.
Gabe, nice to see you on the mic, bud. What you got on this fight?
So I was watching this. I was kind of like in the chat earlier, like kind of like breaking it down. Like people were kind of like watching me talk to myself, but so I had Kulibao at first, but then
We were taking notes, bud.
yeah, I was kind of like looking at Kulibao, and
Bro, I was talking to you, Gabe. I was talking to you. Come on,
Yeah,
bro.
my dumb ass thought he was responding to me. He was talking to himself the whole time.
yeah. I mean, I kind of saw what you guys were saying, but I was too worried, like, or too busy watching it and typing at the same time, but yeah, basically, I had Kulibao at first, like pretty heavily, and because I know Melsick pretty well. Um, but then I like watched all of Kulibao, and then I went to Melsick, and I think Kulibao just like he gets backed up to the cage too much. I think Trace was talking about it too, but like his body just like it looks soft and it seems soft. I don't know if it is or not, but like I could see where Melsick backs him up into the cage and like throws one of those knees he likes to throw and like just puts him away, or even like a head kick or one down the like one straight left down the middle. Like he's pretty powerful, so and Kulibao is like a defensive liability, 100%, like everywhere on the ground. Fucking when he tries to wrestle.
Especially on the ground, he gets reversal. He goes for takedowns and he gets reversed.
Yeah, so
And he gets taken down.
So I thought Kulibao would like be able to like maybe tax the gas tank of Melsick, but I think just like watching Kulibao in the third rounds, like he just looks fucking awful. Like he drops his hands, he gets wild, he gets more open to getting hit. So I think it'd be hard to play Kulibao because then you're just like hoping that Melsick doesn't land something, which he usually does, because he's so like explosive. Like even against Bruno, he was landing some crazy shots on him, like for being so agile on the outside. Bruno is, and I think there's similarities between Souza and Kulibao, but Souza I think is better at moving around on the outside, and he won't engage in the pocket, and Kulibao will. And I think Kulibao, if he tries to get in the pocket, it's pretty much like he's probably going to get fucking destroyed because Melsick doesn't care about the power coming back towards him because I think he's had like 100+ kickboxing fights. The dude doesn't respect any type of power, and Kulibao's not like a super hard hitter. He has a little bit of power, but it's nothing that like Melsick wouldn't have already had before or really even cared about. He just kind of walks people down and puts him against the cage and does what he has to do.
And like I was telling, I think I thought I was talking to Gabe in the chat. Apparently, I was talking to myself. But when he was typing stuff in the chat, it got me to thinking: if you pay attention to the Choi fight, it wasn't like he was this super defensively sound guy. He honestly just got lucky that his punches landed before Choi's punches landed because they were just ducking their head and winging them. So it's not like he's not this super crisp, clean fighter. He throws hammers and he gets if he lands you, like you said, he's got some pop to his punches. But I mean, he's not a killer. I mean, Choi went all 3 rounds with him after getting cracked multiple times, and then just got knocked out in his very next fight against the lone wolf Trizano, Mike Trizano. So I mean, it's not like he's just his one hit power punch killer. You know what I'm saying? And the way he fights, he's going to stand there and trade with Melsick, and Melsick is going to get the head out of the way and crack him on a counter. I mean, I'm not saying it's a guaranteed finish, but I do think Melsick wins his fights more often than not.
Hey, I do realize, what's his name? Cool about he get better each fight. I do realize that if you go
That's
back,
what I was talking about that earlier, though, because people keep saying that, but like I said, if you watch the Choi fight, it's really not. Choi was literally had no defense. At no point was he ever blocking his head or anything. The dude was just getting punched in the face and letting it happen.
bro, I'm
And
not
then
just going off that fight. If you go off from the beginning, from his first fight and just watch each fight all the way to his debut and so on, bro, he got better, bro. He gets better every
I
time.
mean, if you look at
It's not just
his striking though, like it's always been like, I mean, it's always been decent, but and he's super fast, right? But the thing is, like Melsick, if you watch him, he sees everything. Like he gets hit, but it's like because he's okay with being hit. Like he knows that the shot coming towards him is not going to be like something where it's going to bother him. Like just watch, like literally watch his fights in slow motion,
not
and you'll
noticed that
see like
against
he
Sosa.
sees every single punch that comes to him, and like he'll let you land one, so then he can land like the bigger bomb because he knows that one isn't going to do anything to him, and he's more defensively responsible than Kulibao, like by far easily, but he does let people hit him sometimes, but with like Kulibao's going to touch him, but it's not going to be anything where like Melsick's not going to put one right back in him, and Kulibao's going to be the one backing up the whole time, like 100%.
He gonna come back with a slap. That's what he gonna come back
He's
with.
going to come back with a
Nothing to
left
worry
high
about.
kick and fucking kill your boy.
Hell no.
Still, I mean, hey, but baby, don't you think like on the line that this is a fight that you just got to pick whether or not it's going to go to a decision?
No, because
See, honestly, I think
I mean, it's a
it's gonna
close
go.
fight. I'd stay the hell away from it. But if you guys wanted to bet on it, I would talk about decisions or something like that. I mean,
no,
they're near even.
because if you look at like the fights like this, they're both strikers, right? Like they're used to getting hit, and if you, it's the same thing with like women's MMA. Like people that are used to getting hit as much as they are, most of the time it usually goes to the decision unless they're both like super defensive liabilities. So really the only side that there's a finishing upside is on Melsick. So like if Kulibao was like a super power hitter, then yeah, fucking under easy. But like this is gonna be a fight where like maybe even both of them get knocked down like 5 different times, like the Choi fight, and it goes to decision. Like the Choi fight should have 100% went to should have been finished, but it's one of those fights where Kulibao doesn't have that much power, and Choi is more of just like he's a defensive liability rather than um, like Kulibao being a power puncher.
And Melzick do got good reflexes. I noticed that. Like he is quick, like in the pocket, but
you know what that's from, baby? Them 100 slap boxing matches you're talking about.
yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's all he does is slap. The only way gonna catch Coolbow is with a kick. Yeah, it ain't gonna be with a
He in the
punch.
wrong he in the
It's not
wrong
gonna be a
sport. He's supposed
punch.
to be in power slap. He should be in power slap.
Yeah, on God, he should be
He's
on
the
power slap.
next. He's the next Nate Diaz. Okay.
No, he's the first Melsick Bagdasarian. You get it right, son.
Melsick's
I mean, I think he's nice though. I think he's nice, but I think he just look nice because of the competition he been facing. Like, I think he only get knockouts with bums. To keep it real, I'm just being honest.
yeah.
But
I mean,
we're gonna find out.
if you look at I think Melsick's striking looks kind of like Fiziev's a little bit, like the way they stand even. I don't, obviously Fiziev is like way better and more refined, but I think they're pretty similar. But Melsick definitely has a lot of fucking power for that division.
So interesting thing to take of note for DraftKings for DFS for MMA. These guys are both priced, or well, Melsik's priced at 8,000, and then Koulibaly's priced at 8,200. Statistically, you want to pick one of these fighters right for your lineup to be in the optimal lineup more often than not. So you would have to pick a side and go with it on this statistically to win a GPP in DFS.
Yeah, this is going to be one of them important spots on your roster, is what you're saying. Like, you got to get this fight
Exactly.
right.
I mean, you almost have to get this fight right.
Double your lineup. Put them
Yeah.
both in there if you're. Yeah, I got you.
Who fight? Hey, fight now. Who you on, bros? I don't think I heard who you was on.
Who, me?
Nah, fight night. Who's he on? Or he on some other shit?
Emperor. You hear
Yo,
Emperor?
Oh yeah, Emperor.
my
Yeah.
my bad. I'm a little distracted. LeBron's about to break the all-time scoring record, so I gotta tune this shit in. To be honest, bro, I'll be honest. I haven't really looked much into this fight to give a quality opinion. So, coin flip fight between two guys that probably don't have the brightest future. To the ring, to the belt. Don't really have much of a say on this one. But best of luck to you guys on this one.
This is one of my favorite fights on the card, man. Honestly.
Hey, yo, Trace, I'll say this, Trace. I think Kuba got more he got more skills to climb the ranks over Milzik. I'll tell you that.
You ain't gotta be a bully, baby.
No, I'm just being real, bro. I think Kuba got more skills to climb the ranks. Milzik, I don't know. I don't see it.
We'll see Saturday, won't we?
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, lock this in, man. We're gonna like 20 minutes on this fucking fight.
15. Lap that shit out. All right, what we got next? Tyson Pedro versus Modestus. Go ahead, Trace, with that. How you say that?
Bukowskis.
Modestus Bukauskas.
There we go. All right, tail of the tape. Tyson both men 6'3". Tyson 79-inch reach. Modestus 78-inch reach, so that's not really an advantage. Orthodox for Tyson. Switch stance for Modestus. The land rate isn't too far apart. 2.95 per minute for Tyson, 3.59 for Modestus. Here's a difference maker, though. Tyson Pedro only absorbs at 2.3 per minute. Modestus absorbs at 4.5 per minute. That's significant. You hear me note it every single time a guy has to get hit more than he can hit someone. That stat matters. You can't argue it. It matters every time. So Modestus is coming off of 3 losses in a row. Pedro is coming off of 2 wins, two wins, 2 losses. Who had tape on this one? I know someone did. That's Rhino. Rhino, you there?
Yeah, I'm still on here.
What you got on this fight?
I watched a lot of tape on it. I hit up probably 3 fights on both guys. Tyson Pedro, the hardest part, I couldn't get freaking his loss to Shogun. I got to look at the stats and I got to look at the highlights and stuff. So, like, the first round, he pounded him pretty good and then completely got, like, manhandled in the rest of the fight. I look at it as a young fighter being in a co-main event with a legend like Shogun. Probably got some butterflies into it or something. So if you look at it, you got to remember he had a time off with injury. So coming back, his last 2 fights, he's been pretty crisp and on the money. With this Gladiator guy, he got to the show. He lost 3 times and then went back into like Cage Fury or something like that and won their heavyweight or their light heavyweight title, but the guys that he's fighting are just nowhere in the caliber of what this Pedro has got. I mean, the people that he's training with is better. He's gotten better over the time. I saw in one of them, they said that he hit his purple belt in jiu-jitsu. And the Gladiator guy tries to use his grappling in a couple of his fights. So I think that's not going to go on his side. So I'll take Pedro to win. And I don't think there's going to go to a judge's decision. I think he's pretty on. I hate that the Gladiator does not move his fucking head. I wrote it down like 4 times. It drives me nuts. So I took him. I've seen some guys go the other route on it, and they really don't like Pedro. I don't get it. I think he's pretty good, and my stats on all of his fights, I've even picked his losses. So I'm taking him.
Very nice. Very nice. Trace hit his hand up early. Trace, get on it.
Give me Modestus Bukauskas. Bro,
I ain't mad.
let me tell you why. Tyson Pedro's last 2 fights, look at who he fought. That is not UFC caliber people, my friends. His last fight before that was a loss to Shogun, a deflated Shogun, even back then. It was 5 years ago. He pretty much stayed injured and then before he came back. He doesn't do well outside of the first round. Modestus is nothing if not tough. He's only been knocked out once. The other knockout was to Khalil Roundtree, who he was taking punches and kicks from, but got his knee stomped in. So it was not he didn't get knocked out. He got injured. The guy's durable. What happens outside of the first round? Tyson Pedro has shown that he gasses and basically falls apart. He looked good against terrible competition. Give me Modestus. I think he is the ugly duckling that breaks the parlays, boys.
I think that Trace is fading every hometown fighter right now. I'm not even talking shit. I think he's fading all of them. Trace, are you fading all of them? I'm gonna stack that parlay.
Let me tell you something. I don't buy into the country narrative bullshit. I mean, some of it does line up good and looks pretty and is nice. And I can understand why some of you walk into it and believe it. But at the end of the day, this is a fight, bro. Anything can happen.
Yeah, but it's a pattern, dude. The majority of the time, the guys at home field advantage. More of them win than you don't get no sweeps in Brazil of all the Brazilian fighters all losing.
You did have one about 1 year. I don't remember who it was, but almost
you
every
found
Brazilian
one?
fighter lost.
Cool, you found one.
That's a fair ass fucking statement. That's a fair. Emperor, what you got?
Man, this is such an odd fight. Like this line is kind of questionable. Someone made a good point about Pedro. He got knocked out by Rua. Had 4 years off, came back. 1-2 straight. And look, I mean, the man. Look, he in the UFC handed him these 2 bums in Villanueva and Hunsucker, and Pedro did what he had to do in the first round. So it's like you can't knock the man, right? The man did what he had to do. He put on a show and knocked both guys out clean. This guy, Modestus Bukauskas, weird prospect, right? I mean, 1-3 in the UFC, got cut, went to the regionals, beat some bums. Now he's back. Like, I don't know. I have a weird thing betting against fighters coming in on their second stint in the UFC. Like just look at Damon Jackson, Dustin Jacoby for the most part in their second stint. They've done fairly well. Who knows, man? Both guys pack a punch. Both guys can knock each other out. There's so much volatility here. I expect this to probably hit under. Probably ends in the first round or the first half of the second round. But man, Tyson Pedro minus 240, like it's definitely a head scratcher. I mean, obviously in his backyard, so clearly, people are going to favor him. I know Trace or someone was saying they don't buy into that narrative, but I mean, I certainly do. But man, who knows, man? This Bukauskas, he looks like a scary dude. And hey, maybe this man is due to make a little, mini run, but highly doubtful. Who knows? I can't even pick a side, man. Both guys, I don't really see much of a huge future in. And at minus 240, it's kind of like a dog or pass situation. I just don't really understand. I think it's more of a coin flip here. So, I mean, for that reason, might as well go with a dog here. So, Bukauskas, round 1 knockout.
Very nice.
Any which way you look at it, I'm just taking the under in the fight because I think that's like his last knockout was the craziest knockout of his whole career. And like you said, Tyson Pedro has shown it's really just 2 things, man. Well, maybe 3, but it's like first and foremost, it's kind of just fight IQ issues. But you can kind of toss that up to just kind of really being green, fighting Shogun in a huge main event. Like it's understandable. So that's just really kind of lack of experience. But secondly, he's shown to you can really chalk it up to just experience and fight IQ because gassing out like that really is a fight IQ thing. It's about preserving your energy. But I just like the under in this fight. I think Modestas is coming back to the UFC. You know, he got finished in his last fight in the UFC. I think he's going to look for the finish. You know, Pedro's always extra aggressive, looking for the finish, and coupled with the fact that it's in Perth, I think he's going to look for the finish extra aggressively. So I just like the under regardless.
When you compare the two Roundtree fights between the both of them, he completely pieced him up, man. I don't think
you're talking about Modestas. Wait, who are you talking about?
Both of them fought Roundtree, and when you watch their fights, like Pedro completely, he took that one hard shot right to the face, and then he took him right to the ground and submitted him. And with this Gladiator guy, he comes in there and he's tried to use his wrestling. He's not really a grappling guy. I've seen him get to the ground. He's not very good. And if Pedro's getting up to his purple belt in jiu-jitsu, and this guy tries to bring it to the ground because he doesn't want to get the reach, I'm telling you, he's not going to win.
In all fairness, though, that is two completely different Khalil Roundtrees. Like, Khalil Roundtree went to Thailand and completely changed his game.
Thailand,
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, that is two different guys. I mean, I see what you're saying, but that is, I mean, that's like 4 or 5 years apart.
Yeah, bro. Khalil Roundtree. I've always liked Khalil. Khalil now is my fucking guy, bro. Like, I don't even want to hear it. You can't even talk bad. He's fucking people up right now.
And he's like the kindest soul too. He's like the nicest guy.
I know. I'm waiting for him to pull that Rory McDonald shit. I don't want to hurt people.
Dude, Tiger Muay Thai, Khalil Roundtree is a mythical creature.
Love that, dude. All right. Anybody else on this fight? All right, then I'm gonna let. Oh, Francesca, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, looking at this from like a politics point of view, right? You have Tyson Pedro, who was coming up, like someone said earlier, he was like injured, but he was like touted as like the next one up, right? And then he got stopped by two experienced fighters. To me, that says, okay, that's more of like a mental thing going on, how this athlete is like utilizing their tools. But it shows that he's not quite ready. I feel like the first glass ceiling for fighters is like that class. Then they become a contender, right? And I think that there's like a lot of fighters that kind of like hit that wall like that. I think that kind of happened to Calvin Kattar and Dan Ige. Like they hit that, like there's something about that next jump up in class. And I feel like they're trying to test here if he's at that spot right before they can test him at some real class. Because, I mean, if you're looking at his last two fights, I mean, these are like not the greatest. They're tough, you know, but they're not the greatest fighters in the world. So you're putting him up against a guy that's hungry. And Modestas, I mean, he's a good kid. I mean, who doesn't like him? So I feel like if you're looking at his, you know, record, he had the 3 back-to-back losses and then got cut, but then came back. So that tells me, okay, like he is in good standing politics-wise within the organization, because they only do that for a few fighters, or they make you wait forever, or they never take you back. So they were probably like, okay, look, I mean, your last 3 fights, I would say, are a bit more competitive than Tyson Pedro's last 2 fights, but you know, it is what it is. But well, I don't know. I think this is an interesting one.
The reason that happened is because his last knockout in Cage Warriors was a crazy knockout. That's the reason. And yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, he's hungry, but I feel like this is also a good spot. Like, as far as like, if you're looking at a manager trying to get their fighter a fight, I mean, like, this is a spotlight, kind of, in a way, you know, like being able to come back in the UFC. If he gets a win here, he still did prove something. You know, Tyson Pedro isn't like a horrible fighter, although like his last 2 fights again weren't necessarily super competitive. But like ooh, I think things just went.
Interesting fact. Doesn't know if it helps or hurts him, but he is married to Tai Tuivasa's sister.
Oh shit, he's got to get the bro.
Yeah, no, that means that Ty's gonna kick his ass if he loses. So that means Tyson Pedro is gonna win all the way, 100%.
Bro, can you imagine if he loses like holiday dinners? They're gonna make him sit at a different table and shit.
They're gonna make him do like 30 shoes off like the smelliest shoes.
Ah, that would be fucking
Ty's
horrible.
probably over there chewing gravy and shit.
Ty is gonna personally like do it for him.
Anybody else on this fight? Lap. All right. Up next, we've got Jimmy Crute and Alonzo Menafield. I like both of these guys. I mean, I actually like them both. So Jimmy 6'2", Alonzo 6 foot. Jimmy 74-inch reach, Alonzo 76-inch reach. We've talked before how there's a little bit of something when you're a little bit shorter with a little bit of a reach advantage. It seems to matter. Seems to make a difference. Jimmy lands at 4.3 a minute. Alonzo 3.9. That's pretty close. Jimmy absorbs at 2.7. Alonzo absorbs at 3.2. Let me find. All right. So takedown statistics. Jimmy Crute averages 4.87 takedowns per 15 minutes. Alonzo Menafield averages less than one. Jimmy Crute has a 75% takedown accuracy, but Alonzo Menafield has an 85% takedown defense. I know for the sakes of this room, Vinny's got tape. Vinny, what did you have on this one? You better not fell asleep. I know he taped it. Vinny. God damn it.
I have a very strong take on this fight.
Emperor's got his hand up.
Yeah, I'm going straight to Emperor.
Man, shoot, Trace is awake. He did the tape. Let him run the track.
No.
Shoot.
Vinny ran the tape, but
Vinny.
he falls asleep around this time.
Shit.
Can't
I know it's
take
about
it.
scary hours there on the East Coast, and Joe, I know you get a little nutty after midnight, so we'll have to keep an eye on you talking about Khabib. But look, this is an interesting fight, man. You know, two Dana White Contender Series alums. You know, Crute coming off of reconstructive knee surgery, I believe after he got knocked out by the champion Jamal Hill. You know, look, I look at a guy in Menafield. Look, obviously he's extremely powerful. You know, clearly he has that one knockout punch. But I'm not too, inspired by the hand speed. I'm not too inspired by the technicality on the feet with his striking. I mean, he really does rely on that opportunistic big punch, right? I mean, if you just look at his UFC career, right? I mean, knockout round one, he had a submission in round one. He did win a decision, versus a 41-year-old Ed Herman, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's really a round one or bust type of situation. Guy in Crute, has a really good wrestling base, in my opinion, right? I mean, he's averaging almost 5 takedowns per 15 at, 75% takedown accuracy, which is pretty astronomical. And a guy in Crute who, is always looking for a finish, man. He's the type of guy that, you want your money on, right? He can knock you out on the feet. He's clearly got very good submission game on the ground. I firmly expect Crute to come in here very poised with a solid game plan. He's going to take Menafield down early, probably find a submission. And that's just how it's going to be, man. Menafield again is that one trick pony in the first round. If he doesn't knock you out, that cardio, all that muscle that he carries, is going to weigh down on that cardio. So I expect Crute coming in here off of a 13 or 14 month layoff. At this age, right, at 27, certainly evolving his game. While he's reconstructing his new knee. But nevertheless, man, Jimmy Crute, he's a real deal, man. I mean, shoot, he's the only guy to ever submit Paul Craig. I mean, that's a pretty significant accomplishment, if you ask me. So, yeah, give me Crute submission round 2, man. I feel really confident on this one. I just don't see anything in Menafield outside of that big bomb in round 1. So, yeah, give me Crute submission round 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna I know Trace is up here in the co-host, but I heard Signature say he has a really strong take on this one, so I'm gonna let him go next.
Yeah, I just want to say, the main point I was going to make, the guy just already made, which is basically that Jimmy Crute is coming off reconstructive knee surgery, which honestly is like one of the most serious surgeries you can have. Like, Cain Velasquez had that surgery, and then he came back against Francis, and it was the knee that fucked him up. Like, so that's a super serious injury to have. And Jimmy Crute is he's first off, he's flat-footed. he's very stiff and he doesn't really move his head. So it's like Alonzo Menifield round 1 knockout, I think is definitely worth a decent spray because everything lines up. And I'm just taking personally, I'm just taking the overall under in the fight, obviously, because it's Perth. They're going to look for finishes. They're going to fight harder, the Australian fighters. Yeah, I just feel like either way, both guys have like equal finishing equity, knockout or via submission. It's an exploitable path for both fighters. So I'm just taking the under regardless.
Nice. Trace.
Yeah, I was talking to Vinny earlier. I don't really remember which prop he was on. He either wanted Crute by knockout or Crute by submission. I just told him don't get cute with it. Just take the inside the distance if you're on that. Like, don't pick a side. Just play by finish and take whatever plus number you get at that. I do think that Jimmy Crute probably wins by head and arm choke. That's my prediction for the fight. But I will be on the inside the distance prop.
Very nice. Very nice. Anyone else on this fight? D-Baby, you got any bets on this one?
Yeah, give me Manafield round 1. If it ain't round 1, then shit, give me Crook, nigga. I'm on both sides, nigga. Fuck
it. What you
always a winner when you pick both sides.
Well, you ain't betting that shit. You bet. So you gonna bet him in? You gonna bet Menifield in 1?
Yeah, I'm fuck with it on the prop bet though.
All right.
I'm just on the prop bet. That's it.
I can't be mad at that. All right. I'm gonna lap this one out. That one went quick. Can't complain. Make up for some of them long ass ones we hit a minute ago. All right. Next. Justin Tafa versus Parker Porter. Justin Tafa 6 foot. Parker Porter 6 foot. Justin Tafa 74 inches. Parker Porter 75 inches. They both weigh in at the 165 limit. Tafa southpaw or Porter's orthodox. Tafa lands 5 significant strikes per minute, but Parker Porter lands at 6.4 significant strikes per minute. Tafa absorbs at 5.9. There's that stat again, but Parker absorbs at 6.3, so that's pretty much a 1-for-1. Parker Porter averages 1.45, so 1.5 takedowns per 15 minutes with a half a submission so 1 submission attempt every other fight, basically. I taped this fight. I hit the tape pretty hard. My highlights were fight to fight. So, like with the Juan Adams fight, Juan was much bigger than him, and that dude's strong, bro. He's got like 9 KOs in 10 fights. Tafa was patient. It was when Juan got impatient halfway through the first round and decided that he was going to force it, that he got clipped, and then he stood up, but the KO came like 30 seconds later. It was his urgency that created it. The other note I had on that fight is Tafa didn't have urgency. Then you go to the Carlos Felipe fight. I actually thought Tafa won the second and the third. I know he got the L. It is what it is. It was a split decision. But when I watched the fight, no announcers. I gave that fight to Tafa. I thought he got it. But no urgency. Yeah, that's a reoccurring note that I have on this guy. He shows good hand twitch, especially for like heavyweight. Not a lot of them guys have it. He's able to manipulate the pace a little bit. When someone else has better hand movement or better hand twitch, whatever you want to call it, than he does, it really throws him off. But he does it pretty well. He does it better than most. His hands stay crisp late into the second. Doesn't have a lot of power behind him late into the second, from what it seems like. But they still look nice. He still gets them out there. He still throws them. Decent speed, not first 2-minute speed. Jared Vandera fight. Jared beat his ass. He showed Tafa has disadvantage when he has a disadvantage for speed. He has no tool to overcome it. If you have the speed, if you have the hand speed and the punch speed on him, there's nothing he can do about it. He shows he has no answer for kicks at all. No answer for leg kicks if you want to separate it. The the Harry Hunsucker fight, Harry tried to get in early. Same thing. Because he tried to get in early, Tafa didn't have the urgency, but because Hunsucker tried to get in early, it basically got him. It's basically what got him dropped. Hunsucker, before he tried to get in, he was able to land the overhand right a couple times. He was able to get it in, but when he finally tried to pressure it, he Tafa was able to capitalize. Parker Porter, Porter comes out ready to exchange usually early in the first round. He loses it. He usually loses the exchange and tries to lean on you. He showed that, like, if you go watch the Ellen Baydu fight, that it's to a T. You can take his like 3 or 4 fights before it and add up all the little tendencies, and they all show in that one. He shoots from a distance, like like he thinks he's a 155-pound Dagestan, double leg. Tafa, if he's able to stuff him like by the neck or the back of the head, he'll probably knock him out with a punch. My bets for this fight are I picked for 1.5 is worrisome. Can everybody hear me?
No, you're all messed up. You were cutting in and out for a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. I don't really know where I cut in or out. I don't know what the last thing you guys were hearing, right?
Go back 30 seconds.
All right. So Vandera whooped his ass. Showed he's got no answer for leg kicks, no answer for kicks at all. He just doesn't. Tafa has no answer for kicks. There's just nothing to it. Vandera really put it on him. He showed when there's a speed disadvantage, Tafa can't do anything about it. He doesn't have a tool set to compensate for that. The Harry Hunsucker fight, Harry was able to land with the overhand a couple times. He was able to get it right through his guard, right through his fucking defense and land it. But when Harry tried to speed the fight up is when Tafa was able to clip him. And then eventually led to the head kick. Every time he fights with no urgency. Tafa has no urgency, but if you come in on him, he reacts very well. Parker Porter will come out ready to fight and ready to exchange in the first minute and a half of the first round, 2 minutes of the first round. He'll probably lose the exchanges, then he'll probably try to clinch and go against the offense. My bets are over 1.5. Tafa. Tafa KO if it happens inside the first 90. My notes are worry about over 1.5 inside the first 90 seconds. After the first 90 seconds, feel safe. Yeah, after that, I think it gets taken the distance. It's the build. When you look at anybody this build, Tafa goes the distance with him. I know that's a silly read, but, there's fight styles and there's things you can't overcome. That's where I think this fight goes. Anybody else on this fight?
Yeah, it's the fact that they both don't have a lot of power. That's really what does it. Like they're really kind of in the bottom tier of kind of like the list of heavyweight power rankings. Like they just don't have power.
Yeah, I actually originally picked Porter, and then I went back and I switched. So I'm only on the over on this fight, to be clear. I'm picking Tafa as the winner. I initially picked Porter. That's not out. I'm not going to come back and say, oh, I fucking knew it. But I don't know. I think Tafa will pull it out just on the fact that he is able to keep punching into the second and into the third. I think his power fades a lot. I think halfway through the second, halfway through the third, he's tired. I don't think he's got it all the way to the end, but he keeps his hands moving. I think he'll outpace Parker. I'm definitely leaning back towards Tafa, but really, I'm on the over 1.5. Anybody else?
I see a
Yo,
lot of people on Parker.
Fight night. Go ahead.
Man, really hard to pick a side on this spot just because both guys are so sloppy. I mean, they're just such like the low caliber, side of the heavyweight division. If there is a line that I'm keeping an eye on, it is the fight to envy a split decision at plus 800. We've seen a few fights, these heavyweights, they But I mean, look, I look at Ryan Porter. I mean, the dude landed 71 significant strikes in round 3 versus Chase Sherman. So, like, clearly the guy has tons of volume late and great cardio. But I have a weird feeling that Tafa's going to stand toe to toe with him for 3 rounds. It's going to be super, super even fight. Both guys don't necessarily have like the biggest knockout ability. And yeah, man, I really like that 8+800 line. I have a good grasp on like the split decision market, and a fight like this where both guys really don't have a huge knockout upside or submission upside. I think that this fight goes to a decision. And I think that if it does go to a decision, more times out of not, it'll be via split decision. So give me this fight to end via split +800.
Yeah, but here's the thought though, right? Like here's another value play because I think like power for power, I agree with you. They both have very, but I feel as though the fight being in Perth, Tafa is gonna push extra hard, and I think he's very live for a round 1 or round 3 knockout. I think that's a decent play right there because he's either gonna come out very aggressive and maybe manage to finish Parker Porter in the first, or wear on Parker Porter, and we all know that he eventually gasses out and then finish him in the third. I don't know. So
Did you
that's what I
say
think.
Parker Porter gasses out?
So the one thing I will say is no, Parker Porter does not gas out. I'll jump in and say that. Jared Vandera put it on him. But the one note about Tafa in that fight that stands out is that's the only time you've ever seen Tafa try to make the pressure. He tried to make the pressure and he kept eating the fucking jab for it. He got beat up bad, and for the first half of the fight, legit, he was really like, nope, I'm going to keep trying to go. I'm going to keep trying to go. I'm going to keep trying to go. And it cost him. So I actually think if he tries to pressure forward, that would be toxic for him. He needs to wait. He needs to wait. One of my reads on this fight is whoever waits will find the success. Like both of these guys need to wait. I don't want to watch them both wait. Let me throw that out there. Like I don't want to fucking see that, but one of them's got to figure that out, in my opinion. Anybody else got a read on this fight? Man, I can't be mad at that. It's Justin Tafa and Parker Porter. So I mean, it is what it is. I'm not talking shit. It's just I didn't expect that one to go real long. All right, next fight: Jack Della Maddalena versus Randy Brown. I don't know if anybody was on tape for this fight. That was Vinny, but his ass fell asleep. I had a look at it. So I can't believe that. Let me hit tail of the tape. Sorry. Let me hit tail of the tape. Jack is 5'11". Randy is 6'3". Jack has 73-inch reach. Randy has 78-inch reach. Jack lands at 8.4 significant strikes per minute. Randy lands at 4.3. Jack absorbs at 4.2. Randy absorbs at 3.2. Both guys coming off 4 straight wins. I don't know how many wins Jack had coming into the UFC, but both coming off 4 straight UFC wins. I like this fight. I think this fight stands on the feet. There's nothing that shows that either guy's really going to try to take it to the ground. I guess Randy Brown maybe in a late round if he thinks it'll help or something. Maybe I'm reaching. I'm not. That's not my read. My read is that it stays on the feet. I seen that Jack Della Maddalena, Jack was like a huge favorite, and I don't understand it, man. I think Randy has some tools that are really going to stop him. I think the jab. So Randy's problem is he doesn't have urgency. Everybody knows that. Everybody complains about it. That's the biggest complaint is that he doesn't make it happen. Well, Jack's going to come to him and Jack's going to make it happen. And Randy's a lot longer and a lot reachier. And Randy does have a good jab. Randy is a really good fighter. He does have good head movement. He does have good shoulder movement. Randy can fucking box. Like no one's going to argue with me. Randy can fucking box. So like, I don't know, man. I see Jack's going to try to pressure it, and I see Randy's going to be big enough. Like, even when Randy leans back, right? Like, Jack's not tall enough and long enough to reach in and still catch the chin, in my opinion. Like, I just feel like Randy's going to have the tools to just totally keep him at bay, jab him, step backwards, jab him, keep the little man coming in, jab him, keep the little man coming in, jab him. And I'm not saying like Jack's a small guy. That's not my fucking point. My point is that in size, ratio, apples to oranges, apples to apples, bro. It's fucking 4 inches in height and it's 5 inches in reach. And Randy has a sick jab and Randy has sick boxing. I do not understand the line on this fight at minus 320. Maybe there's something I'm just not seeing. Maybe they think that he's going to be able to get in and catch Randy with one of them hooks or something when he lunges in. But man, I really think Randy is strong enough to literally just push him off. Like if he gets close enough, I think Randy is literally strong enough to just push him off and go back to the jab, go back to what works. Like this is just the perfect fight for Randy Brown. Maybe I'm reading that one wrong. Full disclaimer: I'm a Randy Brown fan. I said it in his last fight before that. I like Randy Brown, so I do have some favoritism on this one. Probably won't bet it because I know I have Randy favoritism, but I really read it that way when I look at it. I highlighted it pretty good today. I watched both of their last fight. I didn't have a lot of time, but I did want to get a look at this one. Anybody else got a read on this fight?
Man, Randy taking the dive. That's why the lines is like that. The bookies know he's taking the dive to make Della look good and shit.
All right, I have
Emperor, what you got?
Man, this is such a fun fight because, like, I'm a fan of both these guys. Both guys won me good chunk of money, and Jay, what's there to say about JDM, right? I mean, fourth fight in the UFC. He's got 3, first round knockouts, and I think that there is a little level of recency bias in this spot, just given the fact that this is Randy Brown's 15th UFC fight, right? This man is no walk in the park for JDM. I can't see a world where JDM comes in here and just wipes the floor with Randy, and if he does, man. I mean, JDM definitely has like my full on respect, but like, man, Randy's just so crafty. And he's one of those guys where, I mean, you watch his tape from early on in his career to now. And I mean, the man has made incredible evolutions to his game. I was looking at a few lines that kind of had my attention. Randy Brown, is super crafty on the ground. I think that he has a pretty decent submission game. So I think I'm going to be taking a stab at a Randy Brown submission prop. Round 2 submission plus 4,000, round 3 submission plus 5,500. Like, I don't know, man. Like, if these guys fight 100 times, like, I feel like he finds that mark a few. So I think it's worth a stab. Randy Brown has won 6 of his last 7, won 4 straight. Again, this guy is no walk in the park for JDM. He's going to have 4 inches in height, 5 inches in reach. So, I like Randy Brown to pull off the big upset here. There is a little bit of a narrative with it being Black History Month, so I think it is worth mentioning. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the parlay buster, man. I think JDM has a very bright future in the UFC. But it's one of those things where he can eat this L, come back, win 5-6 straight, and he's fighting for a belt one day. Wouldn't surprise me. So give me Randy Brown by submission, round 2.
Since when Randy Brown was a good submission artist, I gotta go back to his old fights then, cause I ain't see it yet.
Oh shit! I muted everybody.
Man, D-Baby, the way I'm looking at it is, he does have a few. I think he's got 3 or 4 submissions in the UFC. Obviously not, versus the best of competition. But man, I think the only hesitancy I have, D-Baby, with the submission prop is, Randy Brown isn't known to be, say, a wrestler, right? He's not really looking for, that ability to take it to the mat. But, the submissions that he does have are so unopportunistic where you would never think that he finds a submission. And, I mean, it only takes one sequence, and the odds that that you're giving him for a submission at, I think it's plus 1,600 for any round. Like, I think that line should be more like +8, plus 10 to 1. But like at plus 1,600, it's kind of a just kind of raises a light bulb. So I think it's worth the stab here. Again, like JDM just hasn't shown enough to say that he can defend the submission, defend the takedown. So I'm willing to take a shot on the veteran who has obviously been more proven in the UFC, and again is on a nice little streak here, winning 6 of his last 7. So I'm definitely going to be taking a shot on Randy in this spot.
I'm actually on Randy Brown too, so I'm just one FYI. I'm on Randy too. I just thought y'all was going to be on Della.
As I alluded to earlier to you, Emperor, I did I did take plus 1,400 sub prop on Randy Brown just for any round, like you said. So yeah, I did take a sprinkle on that prop myself.
Yeah, did you guys all forget Jack's defense of Ramazan Amif's submission? he was literally locked in. He like did a front
Yeah.
Ramby roll, and then he was locked in that submission for like maybe 20, 25 seconds, and he just managed to completely escape it, and it was like cinched in super tight.
And that is why I'm taking the sub prop for 1,400 for a sprinkle.
Yeah, like it was just very incompetent the way that he tried to escape. Like it was just really weird. And then Amib just kind of made a mistake and just slipped out of it. But yeah, no, I think that, it really only takes one, man. And Randy is so long and huge. Like, man, if he can get that back and find the neck, like it really wouldn't surprise me, man. And Randy Brown is a dog. Like he's not gonna go out easy, man. Like I just can't see a world where he gets knocked out in the first round. Like I don't know. Randy Brown has gone through too many trials and tribulations in the UFC to take the dive early. So I think it's worth the sprinkle, man. I think it's worth the sprinkle.
Here, listen. Here's why I'm saying this, right? If you guys really watched the full Randy Brown Trinaldo fight, and you really paid attention during the fight,
You got cut up, buddy.
Twitter said none of that.
I wasn't fucking with you, big dog.
all right. So, Francisco
Dude,
Trinaldo's.
you just cut out for 10 seconds, bro.
Can you hear me now?
Barely. You're kind of quiet.
All right. Can you hear me now, or is it better?
Yeah, that's better.
I know. I was just gonna say. I just thought Francisco was landing way too much on Randy Brown. If you kind of saw that fight, he was kind of getting out grappled by him a little bit. And Francisco Trinaldo's 5'9", and Jack is 5'11", and he just has that pressure, and he really blitzes guys. And I don't know. I feel like it's just not that hard to eat some jabs, but I feel like Jack had a really just kind of gritty war with Angelusa, and he ate a lot of shots in that fight. And I don't know. I feel like he's gonna find the finish.
I actually favor Jack to win the fight, but I just think that if he's gonna beat Jack, it's probably not gonna be by a knockout. It's probably gonna be something weird happens. Jack ends up on the ground and he wraps up submission on him. So I do actually favor Jack to win. I'm just sprinkling the sub prop because I figure if he loses, that's how he loses.
Bro, I think he could piece up Jack too and win the decision. I see it like that too.
Oh no, he definitely can. He definitely can.
There's
Jack's nose that make it take a beating, bro.
Yeah, there's a prop on DraftKings. It's it's basically like a hedge bet. I don't know if they offer it where you guys are, but it's basically like you could do Jack via KO or Randy via decision, which I think is a pretty sharp play, to be honest.
Yeah, I do like those props like that. They are nice.
So here's one for you, just based on everybody's picks in this room. Modestus, Randy Brown, and Builder gets you plus 2250.
That sounds pretty nice.
So how much $20 would get you? Like if you put $20 on that.
$470.
Yeah, that's not bad. Shit, I might have to take that play. Fuck it.
Yeah, I put one of these free bets, bro. So I'm doing my bets, their bets, my bets, their bets, because I keep matching some of them. Like if it's a good bet, I don't know what these bonus bets are, so I don't want them to be like, "Oh, that's not real money" or something. I don't know about DraftKings. I just got on here, so
might as well just add Volk to it too, bros.
Get the fuck out of here! Come on, bro. Why? We're not ready to have this conversation quite yet. I don't think we're there, bro. I don't think it's. I don't think it's next. Is it next?
One more fight, bro. Just let me get my little piece in.
Yeah. So, anybody else got something on this before Dead Picks throws down on some tape on the next one? Well, then I'm gonna go ahead and lap it out. Let me scroll down. Nope, I don't see nobody. All right. Next fight on the card is the co-main event of the night. Yari Rodriguez versus Josh Emmett. Man, I just want to say Josh Emmett I think he's earned his title fight. I mean, I do think there are a couple of guys that also could have gotten it, but I think it was very fair to give him one. I heard some people kind of trashing it. I think I think he had it coming. Anyway, Yari 5'11", Emmett 5'6", Yari 71-inch reach, Emmett 70-inch reach. We know what that's going to equal. Yari's got to step in to give one. Emmett's jab will be sticking out when he does. Yari lands at 4.6 a minute. Emmett lands at 4.2. Yari absorbs at 4.1. Emmett absorbs at 4.2. So he lands at 4.28, absorbs at 4.29. Like, just couldn't quite flip.
Jair,
All right.
you killing me,
What's that?
bro. You killing me, Jair.
Listen, bro. Don't do that. Don't, because listen, I'm doing my best here, bro. And yeah, you're right. It is Yair. It is. It is 100% Yair. I can't even talk shit. Like, even when you look at it, it is Yair. Anyways, they both averaged like one takedown per 15 minutes. They both average less than one submission attempt per 15 minutes. So, like, I don't know. I don't see the ground game being a problem. Dead Picks has tape on this fight. Dead Picks, what you got?
All right, so this fight was a real head scratcher for me. Um, I like that Josh Emmett was more active, what do you call it, within these past few years. But then again, Josh Emmett has been active more within these past few years. You know, that Calvin Kattar fight, I honestly think it was up to the first two rounds, to get that decision. I don't think Emmett should have been awarded, the nod, but, that's a conversation for another day, a past day. Anyways, I like Yair in this spot because I do know that Josh Emmett, although I think personally he's a great counterpuncher. Um, what do you call it? I know he has great footwork and he's very tactical with his punches, but that's the thing for me too. He's also a little too tactical. Like he picks his shots, but he doesn't really output, too much. In that Shane Burgos fight, you could see that he had a great performance because Shane Burgos was basically just standing right in front of him. But if you also watch the fight, you would see that the leg kicks were just open, And with a guy like Yair, who is very elusive with his movements and who has, kicks, leg kicks and body kicks, head kicks, all of it, spin kicks. I think, Yair will be able to make use of those kicks. Um, I think Yair will, he's gonna have to what do you call it? Try to avoid the counters because I do think Emmett, like I said, is a great counter puncher. With that being said, um, I feel as if Emmett was to implement takedowns, which he doesn't really do, that he might be able to have some success. But the thing with Emmett as well is he doesn't really do like a whole bunch of difference. Like he really sticks to his game plan. He's a boxer at heart. He doesn't check kicks. He barely throws kicks. If he can't, you know, uh, if he can't bring a Thai style, which he won't. He's gonna box. He's gonna do his forward boxing stance. And I don't know, man. I like Josh Emmett. I don't want to see him, get knocked out. But I do think that this fight there could be a knockout available, and if not, then I do think that the decision will go to Yair because Yair just he does stuff that judges like. Judges are not very smart. Judges are very very stupid. If they see Yair throwing and doing all this crazy elusive crap, then they're gonna like what they see. Like I don't. That's what bothers me too. Man, I'm gonna stick with Yair on this one, but the thing with me is I'm not gonna have no bet on this fight. If you were looking to bet on this fight, I would probably just bet the inside of distance or fight goes to decision. I wouldn't even pick a side, honestly, because with this one, like you just don't know because Yair barely fights and he fights, like every blue moon. That last fight against Brian Ortega, he didn't really have much experience or time in that fight because it ended in the first round because of that shoulder pop. So, and with Josh Emmett, we know he could go all those rounds. Not saying Yair can't, but it's just it's ring time. You know, it's experience. It's getting used to it. Man, I could talk myself in circles all day with this one, but I'm just gonna stick with Yair.
All right, I'm gonna cut you there. Usman, what you got?
Let me just say that I went ahead and looked at both of these guys' history, and if you look at Yair, if he throws more volume than you, if he lands more, he wins. The only person that broke that pattern was a Zombie, but even then, he knocked him out and he won. Josh Emmett, on the other hand, he has only outlanded somebody, I think, twice, and one of them was like 54 to 53 strikes in like his second fight in the UFC. So he's not going to throw volume. He's out there just going to try and land his big shot. I think a lot of people talk about like the wrestling threat. I think even when we saw Brian Ortega get Yair down, he's like Izzy in the sense of he has an initial offense to build space, to threaten, and to get back up. I think Yair's going to come out super hot. He's going to win a decision. I'll probably throw a sprinkle on submission. I'm sure it's going to be some ridiculous ass number. But I think the safest bet is going to be going the over, and bet goes to the decision.
Nice. Anybody else on this fight? Emperor, get it.
Man, this is such a good fight, man. And I believe it was Dead Picks that was chatting, saying that he's going in circles with this fight. Like, I am in the exact same boat. Really hard for me to find an edge here. I mean, I think that, if you just look at both of these guys' careers, right? This is like a now or never for Josh Emmett, right? I mean, he's 37 for crying out loud. He's won 7 of his last 8, which is super impressive versus some incredible guys. I mean, obviously, won that split decision versus Calvin Kattar, which was a big step up in his career. But God, this is it's just so tough, man. Because like Yair, I think has like the greater hand speed, and I think that he is the better striker, but not by much. And of course, with Josh Emmett, I think that if there is a guy that may have an initiative to take this fight to the mat, I don't think that it would be a bad decision for Josh Emmett to incorporate his wrestling in this spot here. But man, it's such a tough fight because it's like, look, if Yair loses here, man, like he'll be back. You know what I'm saying? But like, if Josh Emmett eats this L, like where does your career go from here at 37 years old? Like you're at the peak of the division. I mean, it's just really tough to narrow it down. There's one thing about both these guys. I mean, they're super, super tough. Of course, Yair had that incredible war versus Holloway back in 2021, and with Emmett, was it the Shane Burgos fight? He blew out his ACL and like fought through it, or was that the Dan Ige fight? Anyone remember? Maybe I'm tripping, but I thought there was a fight where he blew out his knee and was like still fighting on.
That was the Burgos.
Yeah,
Shane
that's what I
Burgos.
thought. Yeah, I thought it was that Burgers fight. So like, look, at the end of the day, both these guys have some big balls, and I expect this fight to be a very, very close decision. Like, really hard for me to imagine either one of these guys getting knocked out on the scene. Does anybody have the over line currently? The over 2.5 or fight goes the decision?
I think it's like minus 160.
Minus 160.
I mean, the 2.5 is minus 160, but
yeah, I mean, shit, that's not a bad look. I'm curious to actually look at the submission line here, or not submission line, the split decision prop. Let me see here. Fight prop, stem by split, plus 450. Like, yeah, no, I mean, I think this fight is going to be super, super close, man. I think it goes to the third round. It's 1-1, and may the best man win. So I think this fight's going to be super greasy, super close, and my heart is telling me Josh Emmett. Probably not going to bet it, but certainly going to be touching that split decision prop.
I will not be betting it, but for the purpose of fanatics, I will be picking Josh Emmett, but I'm just going to sit back and enjoy this one, man. Like I said, this one and the Kulabau and Melsick, this one and obviously the main event, those 3 are my most anticipated fights for the night for sure. But I like Emmett. I think he's kind of similar to Volk in the way that people underestimate him a lot. So I'm done doubting the guy. Give him his title run. I know it's a 5-round fight. Is it for a belt?
It's for the
No, it's 3 rounds.
interim.
No,
No, it's 5 rounds.
is it 5? Oh
I'm
shit!
trying to figure out why it's 5 because I heard it was
It's
5
for the
rounds.
interim bout. It's for the interim bout.
It's for the interim belt. I see. Gotcha. I didn't know that Volk was, abandoning the. I guess not abandoning it, but I didn't know that he was
So
straight
if
up
he
pulling.
wins, he'll have the ultimatum. If he loses, he still has the ultimatum. Now this is done because he's going up.
Gotcha, man. So this is a 5-round fight. Okay.
Yes, for sure. I even just verified it is the title fight,
which makes me even kind of favor him a little bit more, Emmett more, because the dude doesn't slow down. He throws fucking volume, bro.
Hey, Rips and Picks, Daniel's down there. What's happening, bud? Go ahead.
Yeah, what's good, guys? Happy fight week, big pay-per-view this weekend. We got the Super Bowl. Freaking awesome weekend here for a sports fan. Look, I will definitely hop in here. I'm a massive, huge Jair Rodriguez fan. Also happens to be, I've been a big Josh Emmett fan too, so I've been able to make a lot of money on these guys in their runs in the career. I'm going to make this one just short and sweet. Like, Yair is going to win this fight. Josh Emmett has had some very questionable wins over Michael Johnson, where he pulls it out at the very end on a one-hitter quitter KO. I mean, that's literally Michael Johnson style. That guy wins every fight until he loses it. We're talking about the Cater fight. I mean, that was a questionable decision there too. Even if you do want to give it to Josh Emmett, that's fine, but those are questionable wins. Yair really doesn't leave a questionable win on the table. I mean, that guy really does go in there and finish. And I kid you not, if Josh Emmett does not wrestle, this guy's face is going to look like a damn balloon. 5 minutes in, I'm seriously going to be scared for the guy. Like, even in a division with Bulk as the champ, I still feel like Josh Emmett is small in that division. And once again, I don't want to seem like I'm downplaying Josh Emmett because I've bet that guy by KO. That guy has over 1 knockdown averaging in all his UFC fights. That's insane. That means every guy he fights, he sits their ass down. So I got to think to myself, shit, Josh Emmett will probably drop Yair. I mean, it's happening every single fight. But even if I want to think off that, I'm just thinking at the start of this fight, Yair is going to land so much heat and gas on him. Josh Emmett is going to be searching for a takedown to save his damn life. I would not be surprised within the first 2 minutes we are seriously talking about how much damage Jair has already put on this guy. So shoot, maybe Josh Emmett pulls it off. Maybe he gets that, late win or whatever. I'm not going to doubt the guy's heart. Like we've already said, the guy's broken a bone here. He's had, freaking blown up his knee, still fought for the win. So he's got heart. Maybe it's a doctor stoppage. But I am seriously super confident in Yair Rodriguez this weekend. Unless Yair freaking breaks his own leg, I'm very confident he's going to pull this off.
Man, I respect the I respect the conviction, big dog. Yeah, I mean, it should be an absolute banger, man. Both guys have so much heart. I tend to think that Josh Emmett at 37 probably has a few more miles in the tank. But like you said, Rips, that face can certainly blow up quite quickly. And, sure, he can fight through it. But, man, who knows? Maybe we see like a doctor stoppage to the point where his eyes like swollen shut. So no doubt that Yair is going to bring it. No doubt that Yair is going to fight for a legitimate belt one day, for an undisputed belt. And should be a banger. Should be a banger of a co-main.
Go ahead, bros.
No, I was just going to respond to that. I mean, like just me saying just him hurting him early. I just thinking styles make fights, how this fight's going to play out, what the first 5 minutes are going to look like. Yair is going to have a lot of range against guys that have much bigger range than Josh Emmett. Yair is still landing against them and getting out of the way for the first 5 minutes very elusively. So with Josh Emmett's just size stature where he is, I seriously think it could look very, very bad early on. I'm not saying he doesn't survive it. He starts working the grappling. Maybe the fight gets extended. Maybe the announcers are, oh, shoot, now we got a fight on our hands. I'm just thinking early on, Yair is going to light it up. Josh Emmett's going to be like, holy shit, that's a big gap for me to close. And I just think there's just going to be too many problems. But That's enough of me talking about it.
Not trying to poke holes in your sales, but I am going to say this. You're talking about him being too small for Yair. The smallest guy in that weight division, Frankie Edgar, took that man down and mauled him. What's to say? I mean, obviously, there's two different kind
Yair
of
was a
wrestling
kid, man.
styles.
Yair was a kid there.
That was like 2 fights ago for like 2 or 3 fights ago for him. That wasn't too long ago.
that
He
was
turned.
that was years ago, when
I know,
he
but
wasn't even a man
it's
at
not that
that
many
point.
fights ago. But he turned into a diva and didn't want to. Thought he could choose and pick who he wanted to fight. But regardless
I
of
mean,
that, I'm just saying.
I fought in high school, I mean, 2 fights ago for me is when I was probably 16, So it's like I've become a man since then too. I'd like to think I can hit harder than my last 2 fights I had, but I mean, even Yair Rodriguez, man, that guy's a goddamn Aztec warrior training in Mexico at the height that they're at and stuff, and where he's training at, where like Julio Cesar Chavez and Manuel Marquez. I mean, there's all the Mexican history, all the everything you want of a guy who is literally never going to take a step backwards and stuff. Frankie Edgar did what
100%.
he did
100%.
wrestling
That's
wise.
all cool and all. The cardio's cool and all, but cardio is not wrestling or takedown defense. That doesn't do anything for you. I mean, if he's not training his takedown defense, I mean, like I said, he's not the pedigree of wrestler that Frankie is, or at least not MMA. But who's to say that this fight doesn't look eerily similar to that one, where he just gets takedown? But the big difference here is he can starch him on the feet, and then he can take him down on the ground and beat him up as well. So I mean, he could walk out and get pieced up, but he could also walk out, catch a kick, and take that man down.
First off, let me just say, this Daniel guy, he's my best friend. But you're talking about a 23-year-old, I believe it was a 23-year-old Yair against, I get it. Frankie Edgar mauled him, beat his ass. Frankie Edgar's a goat at 155. At least he's fucking Mount Rushmore. Frankie Edgar had wins across 3 fucking weight classes going down. Josh Emmett has had 2 takedowns in his whole career. Oh, wait, there was that other one where he had 8. But in his whole UFC career, that's just fucking 3 fights where he's actually shown takedowns. Like I said, I feel like Yair has a quick submission offense just to get back up. I'm not afraid of Josh Emmett getting the takedown.
Yeah, and I know you guys time the fights and stuff to topics, so obviously I don't want to go too much. But to respond quickly to you, Trace, yeah, I would just say MMA is all about timing. Honestly, combat sports is all about timing. Like Mayweather fighting prime guys on their way out the door when he's coming up, and then like you're always trying to fight the guys who are the legends on the way out when you're the young up and comer. And then there's times where obviously they get it wrong, but I'm not going to fault Yair for taking a step up in competition against a guy like Frankie at that young of an age. If anything, that would help him in this fight and help him to be the fighter he is now. I'm not betting on his fights earlier. I'm betting on him now. And yeah, enough said.
Right,
And Trace,
right
by the way,
after the
I love
BJ
going back
fight
and
too.
forth. Yeah, like I'm all about the banter, so love it.
Well, I'm going to lap that one off. Everybody made good points, and I'm not really on either side of that fight. So for me, it's easy to go press button. We are on to the main event. UFC 284, Islam Makhachev versus Alexander Volkanovski. Islam is 5'10", Alexander is 5'6". Islam has a 70-inch reach. Alexander has a 71-inch reach. Islam fights southpaw. Alexander fights orthodox. Islam lands at a mere 2.3 strikes per minute, significant strikes per minute. Volk lands at 6.7. Islam absorbs a astonishingly low 0.9 significant strikes per minute. Volk absorbs 3.5. Takedown average per 15 minutes, Islam 4.5, Volk 1.7. Submission attempts per 15 minutes, 1.3 for Islam. Yeah, there's virtually none for Volk. Both guys coming off a whole rack of wins. Volk's going up to challenge for the belt. Everybody knows the story. This is a big fight week. I did hit some tape on it. I actually watched a few fights for both guys. I watched probably 8 of the Max rounds. I watched the Ortega fight. I watched the Korean Zombie fight. I watched Islam back to when, who was it, took him down. I watched that bullshit trip, and then the guy tried to take his back. It wasn't like a real takedown. He lifted him up. I mean, it was like a legit takedown, but he didn't do anything with it. And then he tried to scramble up and jump on Islam's back, and there was nothing real to that either. So essentially, I'm a believer that Volk has benefited from a division that I'm a believer of that. I'm not going to go down a deep path. I know what his resume is. I know he has a nice step-in jab. I know he's very active with his hands. I know that he makes extraordinary fighters look ordinary or whatever that is. I mean, Korean Zombie, he beat Max Holloway 15 rounds in a row. People can talk about how great that makes him. I don't really think it does. I think it says a lot about Max. Like, he didn't win one fucking round. Like, there's not even an argument that Max won one round. Like, and then people come at me, oh, Max is great, this, that, what. He didn't win one fucking round. So, like, I don't know. Sometimes it's not there for a guy. I don't think the step-in jab will be there for Volk very long if he does find it, because Islam will take him down. Volk will not stuff Islam's takedowns. I see him practicing his takedowns. I see him practicing getting takedown and how to get back up and getting taken down and how to handle it. You'll hear it said everywhere. You'll hear it said by every announcer, every fighter. There are lifetime achievement awards that can be given to what these guys in Dagestan do with the ground game. I really watched it because I thought maybe I was being too biased. I see it nowhere for Islam. My pick is Islam. Bet is Islam inside the distance. If I had to take a specific prop, it would be the submission. If I had to take a super prop, it would be the rear naked choke. Yeah, I'm on Islam all day. Anyone else?
Man, give me Volk, man. Too many people picking Islam, man. It's too obvious, man. It's just too fucking obvious, man. Volk got this, man. Fuck what y'all talking about.
Like the same time when they said what they call it, when people were too high on Islam against Charles, and he fucking and blitzed
Man,
him, annihilated him, melted him, whatever you want to say.
listen.
Yeah, true, man. But everybody picking Islam. It's no point of debating this shit. So I'm just gonna go with Volk.
I feel like D Baby is
Respect that.
G Money in the
I respect
Jeep
it.
in New Jack City right now, talking about this shit right here is gonna change the world, bro. This shit right here. That's how I feel. Emperor, what you got, bro?
Man, this is such a special fight in the in the grand scheme of things. I mean, the fact that Islam is making his first title defense versus the number one pound for pound fighter in the world is truly remarkable, man. And to think that he's this high of a favorite, it's I don't want to say it's a head scratch. I do think that this line is accurate, but man, you look at a guy in Volkanovski, bruh. I mean, if he pulls this off, man, you've got to put him in that conversation of top 5 all time. I mean, I don't know how else you can make an argument otherwise. I mean, 12-0 in the UFC, number one pound for pound. You know, if he takes out Khabib's protege, it would be truly something remarkable. Man, if there's something that I'm trying to target on this fight particularly, it's the overs. I just think Volkanovski is so incredibly tough. I mean, we've seen him be in those deep waters early, and the way he's able to rebound. It's really hard for me to envision a world where Volkanovski gets put out in the first or second round. So for that reason, I'm going to be doing the little ladder, taking the over 2.5, 3.5, 4.5. I think that this fight actually does go to a decision. I think that Volk's going to hold his ground. Could be a 49-46 type of situation, where Islam, dominates most of the rounds. Maybe Volk, maybe drops him, and has a moment, in one of those rounds. But, the thought process of Volk winning 3 rounds is really hard for me to imagine. But man, I would love to see Volkanovski pull this off in Australia. I mean, it would be one of the one of the more special moments we've seen in UFC history. Being the double champ, in Australia, being put in the conversation truly with GSP, Anderson Silva, and John Jones. I really believe that what Volk has brought to the UFC is truly insane. And if he can put out Volk, man, it would be God, it would be so special, man. But my gut and heart is telling me that Islam's going to win a decision here. Both guys are going to have their moments, but Islam is just a special breed, man. He's a special breed, and if he wins this fight here, I mean, we could see a guy who goes unbeaten for the next 5 to 7 years. So, yeah, Islam's a special dude, and cannot wait for this fight.
Hey, yo, Emperor. What they call Volk? What they call him?
Hey, Alexander the Great. But hey,
There you go,
Alexander
brother.
the Great was once conquered, back in the day. So, who
Didn't that
knows?
dude die?
What's that?
Didn't that dude die?
Who's that?
Alexander the
Alexander the
Great.
Great.
Didn't he die?
Yeah, I
Of
think he
course he
died.
died. What was his cause of death? I don't even
I
know what it was, but
I do like the Islam Makhachev by decision or Alexander Volkanovski to win by KO prop for plus 120. I do think that if there is a path for Volk to win, it's him outlasting Islam, like getting to the later rounds. Islam's not able to get the takedowns anymore, and he's forced to stand and strike. That's like the ideal situation for Volk to maybe get a knockout. He's not the biggest, most powerful puncher, but accumulation. I mean, the dude throws volume. We saw that against the Korean Zombie. So it's just a different angle to look at it, I think. And it's plus money. It's not that's not that much less than the actual decision prop itself.
Rips and picks. What you got?
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm not going to make a case for Volkanovski, so I won't take long. I just think it's just going to be Islam by sub. Um, I mean, shoot, we see it all the time of guys trying to bring wrestlers into their camp and try and become good wrestlers, and they just don't have enough time because, they didn't start when they were a child. So there's no doubt in my mind that Islam is grappling better grapplers in his camp right now than Volkanovski is. Like, legitimately, he is getting takedowns on guys who would be 10. Like, I don't even know if, like, I would love to see Volk just grapple some of the guys Islam's just training with. Like, I think he would lose those grappling matches, let alone. So, this is a fight. I mean, there's going to be striking involved in it too. So, Islam does have to be careful, but it would be very, very hard for me to see Islam lose the belt to somebody much smaller, his size, out his weight class. I think whoever's going to beat Islam is going to have to be able to have offensive grappling like him. Maybe not threaten to take him down, but someone's going to have to be just as slick. So,
yeah, just to tail off of Rips and Picks there, just how to beat Islam. I actually tend to differ. I think the way to beat Islam is to bring in a guy that has that power punch, right? That is able to knock him out on the feet. Because, man, like, it's one of those things, like, you look at a guy in Islam, it's like he is the pinnacle of what we would call a wrestling base. Like, he's got it. You know what I'm saying? That chain wrestling, like, that ability to keep up that cardio and go time and time again, it's truly special. And I was talking to some of my friends that cap the sport as well, and like they were saying, like the way to negate Khabib, the way to negate Islam is the pressure on the feet, because it's like you really think like to bring in like an offensive grappler that's more superior than that is kind of unusual to think about, because there's really not many out there. But man, this is such a fun fight, guys. Like, truly history. I really hope Volk pulls this off, man. Like, just as a fan of the game. But in regards from a betting perspective, yeah, I'm certainly going to be taking the overs. I mean, look, Islam certainly can find that submission, but I just don't think it'll be as easy like he did it to Do Bronx as it's going to be here with Volk. I just think, look, Volk is coming up in weight, right? But at one point in time, the man was a 210-pound rugby player. Like, I just tend to think that if you're talking about like strength toe to toe, like, I do believe that Volk will hold his own in the strength, and power department. It's just that grappling, man. It's just a thing of beauty, and it's going to be super incredibly tough to defend. So, man, I would love to see Volk get it done, but it's such a tough task ahead.
Yo, anybody got Islam by knockout? Like, is there like anybody playing Islam knockout prop?
Hell no to the no, 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 no.
No, like
I mean, even
Emperor
if
said, I do think that his most likely is probably going to win by decision. I like to think that Volk can, make the whole fight
did you
really
guys
happen.
not watch the Ortega fight? I mean, did
That's two different kinds of grips, though. I mean, the amount
nah?
of the amount of squeeze that Islam probably can put on him.
Islam is going to crawl over that man and choke him out.
So
I am calling fucking triangle choke, fucking something to that effect, or not triangle, head arm choke, bro. He's gonna crawl right up him and put him out. And to me, it is absurd to think that this fight will go past the first round. I'll say the second because I don't want to. I don't want to hear it. So I'll say the second round, bro. It probably doesn't get outside the first round, bro. He's gonna fucking finish Volk quick. Like I don't see it.
I
Everybody's
just think
talking
it's
about
still absurd to doubt this man after all he's done in his 12
after
fights
what
in the UFC.
beats the Korean Zombie, right? He beat the Korean Zombie.
Yeah, okay, that's the most recent one.
Who
I
looked
mean,
like
he's
he was stuck in
Aldo.
syrup.
So I would just hop in real quick and just say, I think we can usually all agree that styles make fights. It doesn't matter if fighter A is fighting fighter B. If it's a wrestler versus striker, most of us are thinking right in our head right now. Well, what's the line on the grappler? So I mean, it's not as simple as that. But who has Volk beat that's like an elite grappler? I mean, Mendez was taking him down. Like
Mendez
Brian
took him down.
Ortega is a
Brian
submission guy.
Elkins took him down. Shane Young took him down. Everybody's
Those
taking him
so
down,
so
bro.
so once again, and I'm saying elite grappler, like someone who is literally of pedigree of a. But he's at
No
least going to
reach.
have the lower head position at all times. Islam would have to get very low to get to his legs. So, like in a sense, you kind of like that Volk is the shorter, stockier dude.
Volkov
I
also has the
still
reach
just,
advantage.
yeah. I mean, that's kind of like a weird, like you can also measure shoulders now. They put it out. I mean, Islam's going to have such big feet. Like he's going to be able to cover a stride in a distance longer than Volk is. So it's like the reach is kind of a weird,
Yeah, to me,
factor.
it's not a question if he gets taken down. Is because he did get taken down, but he always sprung right back up. Like you're not keeping him down for long. That's the question: is can he get back up?
Yeah, and I would argue that Khabib and Islam and those guys, they have the best top game in MMA. So that's kind of where my head's at.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know if he's going to be able
100%,
to get
without
him.
a doubt.
Yeah, but shoot, and to go off of what I was talking to you too about Emperor, just like the offensive grappler. I just mean someone's got to be like somewhat as slick as Islam, like a freaking Gamrot or like a Benil, just to hopefully negate something so they can strike with him this and that. I just don't think Volk's that guy. I don't know if we're ever going to find a better offensive grappler than these guys, though. So
Realistically, Benny's like the most intriguing fight for Islam in my book. Like I think Benil Dariush makes an excellent candidate to beat him.
to be honest, like, and I'm not even trying to doubt Volk, but man, Volk versus Oliveira, Benil, Armin, some of those guys, dude, I would freaking love to see those fights. Like those sound like it is pretty crazy. Obviously, Volk's going up; he's going to fight
Bro,
the champ.
stop
That all
it. He
makes sense.
loses
But
all of those fights. Stop it. He loses
I'm just
every one of
saying
them
he would
fucking
have
fights.
an entertaining time at
You want him to go
155.
out
I
like
would.
Anderson Silva, just throw it all away. Just fuck it,
No, I
dude.
mean,
Everybody can
I'm
be.
just glad this is on tape of all the hate that you're putting on Volk. Because if he wins Saturday, you're going to eat so much shit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Keywords
yeah.
if
Here,
Hey,
let me
I've
say it this way, because this is what I was going to say a
Yeah,
minute
you
ago.
acting like Volk a bum,
Let me
bro. That
say
shit
this.
crazy.
If Charles DuBronx would have went out there, rocked Islam, and choked him out, and this fight was DuBronx versus Volk, this wouldn't even be a conversation. Nobody would be on Volk.
Dude, I would
No,
still 100% be on Volk.
fuck, you're,
Dude,
bro.
I put my hand on any Bible, bro. Whatever you want to put my hand on. I ride with Volk, man. I don't understand
so
why Volk gets so much fucking hate.
so hear me out though. Honestly, we all know that Islam has been knocked out and has one loss. That one random fluke knockout loss. Like
Adriano
I'll
Martinez.
challenge you to this. Go
I'm
find
telling
me.
you, if
Go
he
ahead.
didn't have that one fluke knockout loss, I think he'd be minus like 600, 700, 800. Like,
Bro, so the number one note I have on Islam is I watched 5 of his fights and did not see him lose 30 consecutive seconds ever. I didn't see it. He never lost 30 seconds in a row. It never happened. You could
Yeah, like
argue
once
with me.
again, like
He got
Volk
struck
is at
3
least going to
times there.
split decisions and stuff at his own weight class against guys that don't even grapple. It's tough for me to think he's going to go up against
So,
a guy with more weight with that
like,
pedigree.
here's my
Like,
breakdown, right? The clinch is absolutely gone for Volk. Like, okay, I'm not tearing Volk apart. Like, Trace is on Volk, so that's a good, I can lean on him a little bit, right? So, like, you have to admit, the clinch is gone. If Volk engages in the clinch, he gets fucking destroyed. So, the clinch is gone for him. Um, I guess maybe he could get a takedown and do something with it. I'll give him some credit, but it feels
Realistically, he has to skate on the outside, use his footwork, keep the distance, and just try to pepper him at range, and
but
just take advantage of on any like weird shots that he may try to take to get in there.
I'm telling you,
You know,
Volk's
but
smaller
I'm
size
actually
is
I'm
his
actually
biggest
on
advantage, almost.
I'm
Like,
I'm
as
actually
crazy as it
on
is.
I'm actually on Islam to win. I would just love to see Volk win, but just I get it. Islam's probably gonna win, but it's just the amount of people that are like, no way, it's gonna happen. This is a fucking fight, bro. And he's like, I mean, he's questionably up there with one of the greats of all time. He is one of the greats of that division for sure. I mean, I get it. He's moving up. He's not in his weight class. Rarely does moving up to another weight class work out for fighters. I don't know what the statistics are on that, but of course I want. Of course I want Volk to win, but realistically, like I said, I do think Islam wins, and I will be putting on my card Islam as the winner.
and my
Like,
favorite
what you
part.
mean realistically? Like,
Hey, my favorite part of the fight is gonna be when Volk thinks he's about to stuff the takedown, and Islam just picks his ass up, and you see him grab at the waist and try to grab Islam's hands, and then he fucking kicks his hands out to try to stop it before he smashes on the ground. Emperor, what you got?
Yeah, I just wanted to leave off with this, and I'm gonna run. First off, thank you guys so much for running the spaces. I know I've been a little absent the last month or two, but it's never anything personal, just life outside of the Twitter world. We grinding out here. So look, man, I look at this fight, man, and like the more I think of it, the more I think of it as it's such an illusion, right? I mean, you have a guy making his first title defense going against the number one pound for pound. And man, like we all, you guys all hear like, Islam's the next Khabib. Islam's better than Khabib. Islam's better than Khabib. And like, look, I don't think that's completely out of the realm of possibility. And this is one of those spots where you have him at minus 350. I mean, who knows if we'll ever see him at that number in the rest of his UFC career. And like I said earlier in the breakdown, man, like I could truly see a world where Islam goes unbeaten until 2028 to 2030. I mean, I'm dead ass. Like, just look, like the dude is special, man. He's truly special. So, God, I would love Volkanovski to come through. I think all the UFC fans and us, whether you have money on it or not, would love to see Volk come through and really put himself on a Mount Rushmore in the UFC. But, man, such a tough task ahead. Thank you guys so much.
hold on,
And
Emperor. So y'all putting your house on Islam pretty much.
no, certainly not. Certainly not. Because I can't count out Volk, man. I just can't count him out, man. Like he's got balls of steel, man, and he's not going to be easy to put away. So, look, I mean, Volkanovski clearly has, a little bit more experience in those later rounds, in those championship rounds. And, look, man, could we see a world where, you got rounds 1 through 3? Maybe Volk lands a knockdown in one of the first 3 rounds. Like, it wouldn't surprise me. Maybe he steals one of those first 3 rounds and it's a super greasy, super close 4th and 5th. I mean, it's unlikely, but you never know, man. You can't count out Alexander the Great, man. 12-0 in the UFC, never been finished. So, man, it's tough to put money on Volk. Islam is just too special of a fighter, man. I mean, he really is one of a kind. So, best of luck to you guys, with your bets this weekend, and hopefully we can all make it rain.
Emperor, thank you for stopping in, brother. Thank you for all the good takes. We'll talk to you soon. Quick fact. Dana White says this fight is trending to break all Australian UFC records. Gate numbers, pay-per-view numbers. That includes the Conor 218 fight. It's supposed to be the biggest one ever. So, I don't know. We'll see. I think some of that is just due to growth of the company. Like at some point, you're going to see pay-per-views like Connor's won't be a 2 million a 2 million by pay-per-view one day probably won't be as epic as it is right now. I mean, it'll probably still be a big deal, but like how they view a million, if you can hit a million now, there's gonna come a day where that number is adjusted up to if you can hit 2 million. Like they will. They're building a lot of brand made names for themselves right now, and you give it a few years and they'll get a lot of these guys to hit. Like they took a lot of notes from the Conor incident, the Conor success. They took a lot of notes from the Conor Habib rivalry success. They've taken a lot of good notes. These guys are building stars. Surreal Ghan went from entering the UFC to interim champion, used to train in the same gym, to one of the best in the world fighting the pound for pound goat ever. Like they can build these guys into whatever they want. And when they have a little more time, these guys they're bringing up that we're all watching, before they hit the top 15, because that's how fans are now. That's how everybody's starting to watch the early on guys. They'll get a lot more of these guys to hit. I'm a firm believer in that, and that'll definitely boost sales. Not to mention they'll break into new regions, and I don't know. I think it's just a natural thing. Anybody else got anything on this fight before we close the card out? I got a few rumors and a little bit of roster watching shit after this, but anybody got anything on this fight?
I just got the over.
Over 2.5, 3.5, 4.5?
2.5.
Oh, that's probably fun.
Minus 165, I think. Yep.
Hey, bro, I want you to know if it's in the third somehow, I don't think it gets there, but if it's in the third when he's on top of him about to choke him out, I'll be going, just wait, baby's money, just wait. Like I will, because I want you to win too. I want everybody to win, and I'm just taking Islam in every fucking parlay I have. Not in everyone, that's not true. So I made like 4 parlays of my own, 5 parlays of my own, I think, and then they gave me 8 free $25 bets. Bro, I bet all types of shit. I bet shit I don't even think is gonna win. Fuck it. Oh, this looks good. Click.
Man, the under 2.5 is really plus 135. That's pretty crazy.
That is fucking crazy, actually. Who has that? Where is that?
I mean, shoot, I'm seeing at least 5 Dimes has plus 130, Betway plus 110, Unibet plus 123. Like, I mean, just like I don't know. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I just thought the under would have been shaded more.
Yeah, they probably think Islam will take a little while to get him out of there. I just don't see it. I think under 2.5.
I would think the decision would be shaded more towards Volkanovski, maybe at least in my head. I'm thinking maybe like is crazy, like maybe he stuffs takedowns or he gets like an early. I don't know. Like I just see Islam finishing. Like I guess my point I'm making is, if it goes 25 minutes, that means there's a confrontation of styles or something can't finish. So that means Volk isn't knocking out Islam and Islam isn't submitting Volk. And like in that scenario, I would have to think Volk's probably landing some shots. Maybe I don't know. I mean, maybe Islam just lays on top of him, but
that shit sound crazy.
Hey, baby, here's what I'm about to do for you and your Volkanov army, bro. Here's what I'm about to do. When he loses this fight, I'm about to make like a little montage of some Volkanovski bet slips with the little Master P Captain Save-A-Ho song in the background and shit, and then all the people crying to all their lost money and shit. And then I don't know, it'll be nice. I'll come up with something, but you guys gotta stop, bro. Listen, here. I wanted to fade Islam, so here's the truth. Like, here's the real truth. I wanted to face Islam. Wes, who the group had a big falling out. Like, a whole bunch of people mad at a whole bunch of people because we all said some shitty shit or whatever. But Wes told me, he tried to make me understand that I was being a fan with Charles. And I'm like, yeah, a little bit. But nah, fuck that. Team Charles. I should have known better, bro. And then before that, right, because I don't like Islam. I didn't like Islam. I'm like, fuck Islam, fuck his team, fuck all them guys, right? So I'm like, I wasn't dumb enough to think Bobby Green was going to beat him. But a lot of people were. A lot of people were like, oh, Bobby's got this puncher's chance. Islam hasn't fight. That was a feeder-ass fight so they could put a fight on a card. Dan Hooker, that was easy to see. So, like, bro, I just got to get over it. I got to get over the fact that I want to fade this guy and just look at it for what he is. And Volkanovski's just not the one, man.
Bro, I want Rax. Don't get it twisted, Joe. I want Rax against Islam. I parlayed him on Adrian Giannis, made like 6 bands on him. So this ain't got nothing to do with me trying to fade Islam. It's just the same shit what everybody's saying about Islam. Well, what's gonna happen? I don't even know why we debate this shit. So I'm like, fuck it, let me just pick Vote. I'm on some casual shit on this pick. I don't give a fuck. This just my casual side.
I
So I
will
got
say
Vote.
this: it is really weird that if you go to Volkanovski's page on SureDog and you look at this picture they took, it kind of looks like he got a bra on, but it's invisible. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just fucking being a jerk.
What?
Anyways, I'm about to go on to the roster watch. I think everybody is that. I can't believe we're that split on that fight. I'll be honest. I feel outnumbered as the Volk side or as the Islam side. I feel
Bro, it's
outnumbered.
only two. It's only two that's on Vogue, and that's no, it's nobody actually on Vogue anyways. Everybody on Islam. What
You
Trey say?
guys
He
are
got.
just arguing, right? That Volk could do it for no reason, and
I
everybody's gonna go bet.
I'm just being realistic.
I just got the
So
over,
realistically,
bro.
you're gonna go bet Islam, but you think Volk maybe could possibly probably do it.
Yeah, I mean, just to count the man out, it's crazy. I mean, it has to be a perfect fight. I mean, he's got to be able to stuff him down and tire him out, and then hopefully he can catch him, and finish him. But I mean, he's not a finisher realistically. But who knows? With the extra weight, he might pack some power.
Yeah, there you go. But nah, I just got the over, bro. But I'm picking Vogue to win, but I just got the over. I don't got him on the.
Yeah, I did take the over 2.5, and I'll probably stack it. I'll probably do a same game parlay, do like a ladder or over 4.5.
So it's not
Islam
available
wins. Was that?
on DraftKings. This fight's not available. I found that weird. So the 3 or 4 fights before it all have same game parlays, but this one is not
Yeah, I
available.
was just looking at it, so they must be still trying to calculate shit.
Yeah,
Probably.
they might be waiting. I don't know if you guys see, but sometimes only the last fights have like the significant strikes, the takedowns, the all the extra numbers.
Yeah. I'm not on there, but I understand what you're saying.
Y'all seen the videos, right? With Vogue, what he's saying. Y'all been watching what's going on?
About what?
Like with Vogue saying and shit. Like with the he just being confident. It's not like he gonna say, "Yeah, I'm gonna lose to you, Islam." So I get it.
I seen him training with like 87 people trying to take him down. Islam's going to come from him at every angle, at every time, is what he thinks. Real soft, because that's what it looks like. They're just like, they grab him and then they roll together, basically. And then he like lifts them up, but they know they're going to lift them up. And then 4 seconds later, someone does it again. And 4 seconds later, someone does it again. Like, Islam's not going to throw 15 fucking girly takedowns at you. He's going to grab you, slam you on the fucking mat, and hold you there. Like, whatever.
Dude, I don't even know if he's gonna shoot a takedown. I think he might just trip him or something like the height
Yeah.
difference. Islam's literally gonna get 2 underhooks, be able to lock his hands, and I think he could just trip and just chest to chest, you're going down. I could very easily see that.
Yeah, me too. I don't see how Volk stays standing. Like, I don't see that as a real thing. Anyways, that's about a half hour on this fight. I'm gonna lap it. We're gonna move on, do some roster watch real quick. They added like 3 fighters from this week's card. I'm not gonna hit them guys. So I
Hey,
just
Topic.
followed. Yeah,
Before you hop into that, can I just ask just what the consensus was? Not anybody's breakdown or anything, because I know I wasn't here earlier, but just the first 2 fights, just the Zubair, Elvis, and then the Blake Builder, Shane Young. Who
everybody on
was
Builder,
mostly
everybody on Zubera.
okay? Just curious.
Yeah,
All right,
and then
hold on. You on Builder picks? Recent picks? You on Builder?
Um,
he wasn't here then. Everybody that was here at that point.
yeah, honestly, just to save time, I don't have too big of a pick yet, or too big of a lean there. I don't mind the plus money on Builder as of right now, but yeah, no money down yet.
I put them in like 2 different parlays or something. But like I said, they gave me like 8 free bets. So I separated. I didn't want to bet it with my money. I don't know. That's probably some bullshit. They're gonna be like, "Oh, you got to use it over here." So I just bet my regular money too.
Hey, so when they give you 8 free bets, that means you depositing like a lot of money in your account, right? Like how you get that? Like how you get free bets? Like nigga, let me get the sauce.
It usually goes off of like how much money you've spent and shit like that.
Yeah,
Nah,
nigga Joe, he a low key millionaire, bro. He just low
Oh
key.
yeah, Joe Stack, bro.
I'm already knowing, bro. He can't fool me. He sent me a video. I was like, yup, I knew it.
He runs a car garage. Yeah, right.
that's all legit, man. I don't know. You guys could come up to Michigan and check it out. It's a busy place. It's very busy. And then you guys laugh like it's not real. It's very fucking real, bro. This is what I do in my spare time. Anyways, some
Man, you
roster.
ain't gonna give me the sauce, bro. It's like how you get free bets? Come
I
on, man.
said earlier, I don't know. They gave me 8 free $25 bets. I don't know what I did to get it.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know. It
he
says free bets, pick one, $25, but I don't believe them. So I just like played a whole bunch of shit with their money because I don't believe that they'll pay me. I think that they're full of shit about all that free and bonus shit. When I get on MGM, they do it where you got to bet some of your money and some of their money, and then they will lock your shit up and like, oh, those were bonus winnings, so you can't cash them out. You got to do this with them or some shit. I don't trust these
What
motherfuckers.
what book are you talking about? Topic about the free bets?
DraftKings,
They're legit,
DraftKings.
bro.
DraftKings.
You'll
Yeah.
get your
Okay.
money, bro. You're just gonna get all you're gonna do is you're just gonna be getting the actual bet money. You're not gonna be getting like the bet that you put in plus the winnings. You're just gonna get the winnings.
Oh, that
Yeah,
would
so
be
if you bet
legit.
25 to win 25 and you win, you only get $25. You don't get
Yeah.
50 back.
Well,
The only thing I know.
BetMGM Michigan, like if you have a promotion on there, those are promotional winnings. They're treated differently. They can put stakes on them, like it has to be staked 3 times before you can cash it out. All types
Yeah,
of
that's what I
crazy
was
shit.
about to say. Like the rollover is usually the most normal thing. I know FanDuel, I think, is pretty good about like their boosted odds and their other shit and their other things like that. Like FanDuel, I know tries to cater more towards, you know, if anybody scores a touchdown, you win a bet, but the limit is $50. So it's like obviously that shit's gonna hit. They just want people just to deposit $50, win, and now they just got money in their account. Now they have to bet. So like different companies go off differently, but the most common thing I usually see is the rollover, and that's where sometimes people who don't have that much, you got to watch out for that. Your friend's like, I love this freaking play. Guy never gambles. He's like, screw it. I'm going to put $300 in, puts $300 in, gets his extra deposit of $300, puts all the 600 on this thing. It wins. His friend's like, told you. He goes to cash out his winnings, and then like, you got to roll it over 3 times and bet $1,800. And his friend's like, dude, I don't even gamble, dude. The hell? Now I got $600 tied up in this shit. Like, dude, you got to give me 3 more winners, man. Like, and so that's where people get caught in that shit. So I would just make
That's some
sure
scam
stay away
shit,
from that.
man.
Nah,
Yeah.
all I'm gonna say is this: what they call it, Joe. If you're on DraftKings with those free bets, you're good. Your best bet would probably just be putting them on like sure bets, like whether it be like a chalk walk parlay or, just like a dog that you truly believe in.
Yeah,
They'll
so
play you, bro. You're good.
I stacked the 3 dogs on one. I took all the chalk, made like 5 combinations, rolled the whole card on another one. Like, fuck it, it's their money. If they pay me, they pay me. If they're that dumb, I'm gonna take it though. Like, I'm not.
Dude,
How
I
fucking
was
dumb.
gonna say like the flip side of that, I know a lot of people that'll just, hey, shoot, I know I'm gonna bet $1,000 for this card. I know I'm gonna just have $200 here, $300 here. So yeah, like screw it. Let me put in $300. Let me get back the other 300. I'm gonna put the rest of the money down later on this night, and then when I win, it's you know, like if you're actually about it, that shit makes sense. It's just for
I
the
bet.
people who
So I
don't know
bet
what they're
my
getting
bets.
into. That's all.
I bet my bets anyways. Was my point. Like, I still bet my shit, and then I just fucking mixed all them up while we were sitting here talking fights. I'm like, baby likes that guy. Trace like this guy and I like that guy, fuck it, parlay, it's their money.
Oh,
Oh,
Topic. Yeah. Like we're in here every single week talking fights. Like, dude, use those free bets. You're going to do it. Even if there is a rollover, you're going to hit it because you bet every single week. Yeah. I'm
yeah,
just
I
saying
don't.
it's more for the people who do the one offs and then they get caught
Yeah,
after
so
Chase
that's the
made
rule,
money.
bro. Just watch the movie Casino. They tell you the number one rule is all we got to do is keep you here. That man almost left with $2 million of their money, and then his plane had a mechanical error. Then he couldn't catch any of the international linking flights back to somewhere in Asia. So then they brought him back to the hotel, and he only bet small. But whales can't bet small for long. So before you know it, he was from 1,000 to 30,000. He left 1.2 million in the hole. Just keep him betting. That's the rule,
And
right?
even if you win off the table, they're like, yo, send some girls down there. Dude, let's get some of that back. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
dude.
whatever it takes. They're like, oh, the
Anyway.
drinks
Yeah.
were free, but then it passed 7 o'clock, so now we're charging you. Like, they'll fucking anything. They will do fucking anything. All right, so UFC Roster Watch. They added like 3 or 4 of the guys officially to the roster that are on this week's card. I skipped those guys. We all know they're on the roster. The only other guys that really got added were the guys from the road to the UFC. Jubilee made it. Kazma or Kazma, however you say it, even though he lost, he made it. Nakarama made it. And Park made it. Hun Sung Park, I think is how you say it. And then the other guy that got added this week was Kevin Lee is back in the UFC. We talked about that at the beginning of Space. A few upcoming fights. I try to give credit. I follow Marcel Dorf. I think that's how you say his name. If you want to see every Cage Warrior, UFC, if you want to see everyone that comes out, follow that guy and set notifications. Your phone goes off or your notifications go off like 5, 6 times a day, and most of the time it's fight announcements. He's all over it. I just follow him and a couple other like news page sources for my upcoming fights. But he's the number one guy. Bellator Zone. I don't know any of these guys, but that's a pretty good page if you want to follow upcoming Bellator fights. PFL, you just got to hunt for. I haven't found a good follow for them yet. Anyway, UFC Vegas 69, February 18th. Jalen Emmers versus Kasin X Habroff. Haboff. You know who I'm talking about, Trace? I know you can say all these German names, Russian names. Fucking crickets.
What is it again?
It's Ask Haboff. Haboff.
Eskabov? I don't know. I have to see it, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. But they did put Benoit Saint Denis versus Joe Selecki. That fight is off now. So I didn't see it rescheduled anywhere. I seen a report that Selecki, I believe, hurt himself in training, but I didn't really follow it up. I was looking at a bunch of other
Yeah,
shit.
that'd be probably a really good fight, though.
Yeah. It's over. It's off though. So hopefully they reschedule it because I'd like to see it. Julio Arce is out. Cody Garbrandt will now fight Trevin Jones. Dude, is that his 4th opponent?
Wow, that's a hell of a step down the competition.
Yeah, they're like, bro, just anybody fight him, please. Anybody. Fucking just make it to the octagon. Not that people are scared, just I think that's the 4th guy.
Yo, that's a horrible matchup for him. Like, just to pop in too, like they were giving him Ronnie Yaya, who
Yeah.
had 0 knockouts. Like legit, the first guy they tried to match Cody Garbrandt up, like after all of his knockout loss streak, is a guy who's never gotten a knockout. And then they went with Julio Arce, a guy who has, but like isn't really a knockout guy. And now it's to Trevin Jones, arguably the biggest step down in competition and name-wise for Cody, but Trevin Jones has the most knockout power out of all 3 of those guys
Yeah,
right
definitely
there.
the biggest
I
puncher.
hate Cody's chances for this now, just because of that. Like, even just mentally, he went from facing a guy now who has knockout wins, who is a knockout guy. Now his team in training is like, all right, now we're fighting Trevin Jones. Let's make sure we watch out to not get knocked out. Like,
This is
like
all
it
risk
could
and
just
no
be all
reward for
mental.
Cody.
Yeah, I don't know what your guys' thoughts on that are. I don't know what you guys think that line's going to close at. Cody's going to be a big dog, big favorite. Small
Oh,
dog, small
you
fave.
have to imagine Cody's a massive favorite on the line.
Dude, I don't know anyone that's going to hit Cody Garbrandt at -300 or -250 or something.
Yeah.
He'll be the biggest parlay piece for casuals of the night.
Dude, I don't even know if casuals will. I think more casuals know Cody Garbrandt gets knocked out than he wins fights at this point.
Man,
Honestly,
honestly, if I'm Cody, I'm just like, nah, I don't take that fight. Fuck that. Because, like I said, this is all risk and no reward for him. Because if he beats him, okay, you were supposed to beat that guy. But if he gets knocked out, then it's like, holy shit, this dude really is done.
he's done. Like, yeah, like just like what you said, they're giving him more risk of a knockout and a 10 times bigger step down in name recognition division. Topic, who do you got in that fight? You think Cody Garbrandt just slides by or what?
No, I won't be on that fight at all, bro. I won't even touch that fight. I won't tape it. I won't bet it. I probably won't even pick it in the free Fanatics app, bro. I don't want nothing to do with a Cody.
Let me get one. Let me get one of them saltines, Joe.
That is what I'm eating too. Some fucking
I
Ritz
know
crack.
you. I know you old as shit.
Dude, let me just get fight ends by KO. Whatever the hell that line is, that feels pretty damn golden.
Yeah, inside the distance is probably money. Anyways, Carlston Harris versus Abu Bakr Nurmagomedov. Abu Bakr Nurmagomedov.
Look at this dude.
So I'm pretty sure he is the closest blood relative to Khabib in MMA. I'm not sure if it's his first cousin. I don't think it's his brother. I think it's his first cousin. But he's like closest relation to the Nurmagomedovs that everybody, like I think they have like the Gracie effect right now where everybody's a Nurmagomedov, or you know what I mean? So we'll find out later that a lot of these guys were changing their last name or altering their last name. Won't be a big surprise to me. But he's actual blood. He trains in that gym. He trains with those guys. I don't know really who Carlston Harris is off the top of my head, and I probably should, but yeah, I just know that he comes out of that camp. So,
Joe, I have a confession. My name is actually Trace Picks Fights Nurmagomedov.
yeah, I believe that.
Hey, just a random fact, just because I remember I worked sales with a guy who was just from like the Middle East, and I know it's not Russia, but he's just mentioning that a lot of times there'll more be their last name is their like almost like community and like their group of people, like in a sense. So like like literally talking to my friend, his last name was Baluch.
Like their clan?
Like Baloch was this guy's last name, Baluch. And I remember on Facebook, I was seeing all these people comment on his posts, like hundreds of people, and with a lot of them with the same last name. And I'm like, dude, how big is your family? He's like, no, like all those people are a like Baluch or are a. It was like kind of weird for me to understand. So I'm kind of just talking off what this guy told me that I just work with, but I'm thinking that's more or less what it's like for the Nurmagomedovs and other stuff. Like, I don't think just every single person's name's Nurmagomedov, I think it's just more of like a region
like
kind of culture part of people. And it's more of like a adopted last name type thing. I don't know.
If you watch the story of the Gracie last name, I'm sure it's exactly what's happening to the Nurmagomedovs right now. Like, I do believe it was Vitor Belfort debuted as Vitor Gracie. Like, everybody was a Gracie if they trained there. If their mother was a second cousin of the third guy who cleaned their shoes or something, they were a fucking Gracie. I think that there's a lot of that going on too. I just don't think the Nurmagomedovs play into it as much because the Gracies were clearly in it to build their gym. You know what I mean? So like they didn't care. As long as you were paying them, you could do whatever the fuck you want. The Nurmagomedovs don't seem to care about the money like that.
Yeah, and it's late at night. I'm just spitballing this, so let's not take everything I say, for certain. But what that guy told me, that is all real and everything. So just like you're saying about the Gracies, I think everyone's just hopping on the Nurmagomedov train right now.
Yeah, I know for a fact that there's like a town over in Italy. One town has like 1,500 people with the last name Cosenza. Like,
exactly.
Like, what the
Like,
fuck?
I didn't
You know
grow
what I
up
mean?
next to a cul-de-sac with everybody's last name's Johnson, but shit, maybe there is, but
Probably somewhere. UFC San Antonio, March 25th. Brogan Walker got added. She'll fight Nan Leon or Liang, however you say it. I like Brogan. I hope she gets the W. Yeah, I hope she gets the W. Fuck it. I hope she climbs the ranks. I know she's got a lot of holes in her game. I know, but whatever. She was on Tough. I still watch Tough, so fuck you if you don't, I guess, because everybody gives me shit. I like the show. Michael Chiesa, April 8th, UFC 287. Michael Chiesa will fight Li Ji Ling. Come on, man.
The Leech, bro.
The Leech. That should be like a tremendously boring fight to watch. Like, yay. I'll go do something because they'll be fucking hugging each other on the mat. I don't even know what to do with that fight, dude. Whatever. I'm not excited about that one. Is anybody excited about that fight?
I feel like Chiesa strangles him. If he's stupid enough to grapple with him, he'll probably get strangled.
I personally think that's the fight of a lifetime. I can't wait for it.
That's like some Cinderella type shit.
Yeah, everyone's just going to be praying Li Jingliang knocks him out, and then Michael Chiesa is just going to be holding on to him the whole time, and
Michael decision.
that's
Yeah.
gonna be good.
I feel like once you get the commentator job while you're still fighting, it's kind of just like the downhill slide of your career, honestly. Because you're already kind of set up now. You get nestled in. You're getting ready for life after fighting.
I'm leaning towards the under in that fight, though. I would say that. Both guys kind of do like to start a little hot, and I don't know if Michael Chiesa has the cardio to just hold down Li Jingliang for 15 minutes. Like, Leach's cardio isn't bad, and that guy's down to throw and hit. Maybe it goes a distance and Chiesa decision, but I'd be inclined to maybe play some violence in that.
Chiesa's a big boy. He fades.
Yeah, I would just hope for Chiesa sub or Li Jingliang just finishes him early.
It's
Or
crazy.
late, sorry.
It's crazy that he made 155 because he's such a massive 170er.
No. That guy's fucking huge. Like, yeah. Quick analysis of Chiesa. He's a big ass 170 grappler. People don't realize how big he is. I agree.
Yeah, I've seen him in person. He's a pretty big dude. He's got wide shoulders too. You know what I mean? Like, he's not just tall. He's a big dude.
Like 155 is just that. Yeah, that just seems so small.
Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. He had to be skin and bones. I don't know if we talked about it last week or not, but Arnold Allen versus Max Holloway is official. Man, Max Holloway, Arnold Allen is going to show you boys when he beats up Max Holloway. That's what's going to happen there.
I personally will fade Max just on this early lean. I honestly don't really like Max, man. I don't know. I don't see it. He's an action guy. He gets hit. I don't know, man. I'm not into it. You put me onto Arnold, man. I'm not gonna lie. I definitely doubted you last time on the Arnold pick.
How do you not like Holloway? Holloway, he's never in a boring fight.
I don't know, man, bro. It's just me, bro. It's preference, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Hey, I want to say something.
Fair, man. That's fair.
I was at his last fight against Volkanovski. He has boring fights,
bro.
Thank you,
bro. I was there. It was boring. It was late. I was tired. I'm like, this fucking sucks. I looked at my buddy, he nodded, like, yeah.
Bro, like,
sucks.
I'd be like, yeah.
We were going to sit there for 33 minutes and watch them do, because with round change and everything, we're like, all right, so here's a fucking half-hour break. Like, I think we went to get food and shit. Like, bro, it was exactly what we knew it would be. We had already seen 10 rounds of it, so he definitely has boring fucking fights.
I think you can play Allen here, and then just take a slight sprinkle on Max round 4 or 5. Just in the slight chance that Arnold really does fade. His first time really going late in a main event. I'm on the train with you guys. I'm on the Allen train. I freaking hammered the hell out of the guy over Calvin Kattar, and I love it when people are just like, well, he got hurt. Well, he did this, and like, well, this happened and this and that. It's like, yeah, like that's like I'm betting on a race, and I took the brand new fucking Ferrari over the Ferrari that's been in 20 races with the, freaking rusted pipes and everything over here. Like I knew what I was taking. That's why I took that guy. So
Yeah, Max has never finished anyone past the third, though.
yeah, and once again, that's more or less of me saying that's kind of just a slight plan if Allen fades. But I think, dude, Allen starts hot. I think he can easily win the first 2 rounds, and that's close enough for a split. I'd have to think Max is going to be the favorite opening up on this. I don't know. Are there lines for this? There isn't a line for this, is there?
I'm taking Allen by KO.
Yeah, it was a pick 'em, I think.
It was
I'm
pick 'em?
I'm pretty sure
Okay.
it's a pick 'em.
God
But yeah,
damn,
like dude, like
that's...
Arnold Allen, he just like it's like you knew he's in the UFC because he had like the slowest career. It's like okay, he's all right. Okay, he's good. All right, he's all right. He's pretty good. And then it's like, damn, where did this dude come? Like it's just like out of nowhere.
To be
Like it was just
honest,
so slow, and then just bam.
that's
It's
what
like
Bro,
here he
happens
he
is.
with
lost to
guys
Bruce
that grow in
Wayne.
the UFC, man. That's what happens with guys that specifically grow in the UFC. Just have all like it's like a damn Charles Oliveira, man. They just turn a corner at some point because they've been facing, they've had hard fights their whole entire career. Like a Jan Blachowicz, even, dude. Literally, guys that just have like
Even
the
Volkanovski.
majority of their
Even
career in the
Volkanovski.
UFC usually turn a corner.
Volk's a prime example. He was the same way.
Dude, exactly. I don't know, dude, Dustin Poirier, that guy's
No,
been in the
he
UFC
didn't
for
turn
how
the
long?
corner. Max did.
You know, it just goes to show, like, if you really do put in the time and work in the UFC and you can stick around for long enough, dude, you reap the benefits of it. Because guys like, yeah, Dustin Poirier, Arnold Allen,
Benedict Dariush.
yes, dude, these guys that no one thought, Charles Oliveira, guys that no one thought were going to be good at the beginning.
Below. Yeah, I mean, there's endless numbers, but yeah, like, yeah.
Dude, and you look at a guy like Michael Chandler. You can clearly tell that he did not have his earlier years in the UFC and built what he had in the UFC. Like, it's a new promotion. It's a different game. He's starting from behind. Like, tough.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
he wasn't really a persona in Bellator. He was like the nice guy. He was almost like the Dustin Poirier of Bellator. Like he was a nice guy, never had anything bad to say, was always respectful of his opponents. And then he came to the UFC and he just like, hello, motherfucker. Like see you at the top. Became a WWE wrestler. But hey, it sells. I mean, the dude's he made a name for him. He may not always win. He's just another Gaethje. That's all it really is.
Yeah, I like him. I met him. He was a very, very, very nice guy. For whatever weird reason, I got to stand there probably 5 minutes and talk to him. And, man, he was a super nice guy. His whole stage ran real slow that day. It was weird.
Hey,
After that,
Topic. You said KO for Allen. What round do you think?
second, third.
I love it.
I really think he hurts Max, and I know Max don't get KO. I know the whole story. I think Allen is different. April 22nd, but Gerald, I know might not say that right. Dana will fight Brady Heinstead, and Brad Tavares will fight Bruno Silva.
Deny Becquerel.
What's that?
Deny Becquerel.
Yeah, but it's listed backwards from that, so I don't know.
Yeah, they say their name backwards in like the Europe or Asian countries.
Yeah, okay, I've seen that sometimes. I mean, those are both cool fights. I like Brady's all right, man. He came off tough. I like him. He's a cool guy. Brad Tavares, I like Brad. I don't know. I'll watch it. I watch them all, right? After that, April 29th, Brian Kelleher will fight Journey Newsom. Um, okay, yeah. I mean, it's a fight that'll be added to the card, but I don't think it's It's a crazy head turner. And then the last one I seen by Marcel this week was Daniel Santos will fight Johnny Munoz Jr. On April 6th. So
Willie
Daniel,
Cap.
what's that?
Willie Cap.
Yep, that's the guy. PFL announced a few fights. April 1st, the headlines will be Brandon Longnin and Marlon Moraes and Robert Wilkinson and Diego Santos. Week 2, April 7th, will be I don't know if I'm going to say this right. Delja versus DaCosta, De Castro, and then Larissa Pachenko versus Julia Budd. And then PFL 3 on April 14 will be OAM versus Shane Burgos and Sabu Sai. I've seen that guy fight. He's pretty good.
Sada Busi.
There you go. Versus El Salawi. Salawi. That's got to be El Salawi. Yeah, I don't really know them. I've seen Sai fight. He's pretty good. I like Shane Burgos. I thought that was a good pickup for them. I think that's a really good fight for them to make. Him versus Oliver. I just think that's a good fight for them to show that they're willing to let the
Yeah,
good guys.
that's a legit fight right there. It's a UFC caliber fight. I mean, they're both ex-UFC guys. Olivier Albert Mercier. He was touted as the next GSP whenever he was coming up.
Hey, did you
Yeah.
guys just see that thing that I just shared in the group up at the top? Freaking Saeed Yakub, who's in the UFC, just posted 20 minutes ago that the UFC is releasing him after just 3 fights. If you remember, that guy beat Ronnie Lawrence in his first fight. He just fought Saeed Nurmagomedov, and he dominated him the first round, and then he got submitted in that guillotine. Pretty nuts that they're just releasing that guy. That guy was insanely talented.
Dude, like that was a big upset over Ronnie Lawrence.
Yeah, he upset Ronnie Lawrence because he's an unbelievable grappler. I mean, you saw he literally grappled the hell out of Saeed Nurmagomedov. Saeed Nurmagomedov is like
So
plus 300.
here's what I'll say. He went to Vegas for something. He posted a couple hours ago. I seen it. Hey Vegas, or I'm here, or something about he's in Vegas now. He may have went and tried to renegotiate something, and they just told him he could walk. So I don't know that for sure. I'm not trying to over stipulate or over speculate it, but there's a chance there that he wanted to go negotiate something, and that went wrong for him. Because I haven't clicked his page just now. I know he posted it. I just seen he posted it a couple hours ago, probably a couple hours before the space, but he posted it today.
Yeah,
So,
no, I'm seeing like 3 days ago at least he was posting things with hashtag UFC, just saying, oh, like I could fight these guys, this and this. But yeah, 10 hours ago, hello Vegas, what's up? So yeah, he was clearly in Vegas, and
yeah, he might have been trying to work something out and tried to call their bluff, and they let him go or something. I wonder what'll come of that. They'll probably ask Dana at the presser at 284.
Yo, if he goes, or no, they don't have the smaller weight classes in PFL, do they?
No, I don't think so. But one will pick him up, bro. If he's
yeah, they
willing
don't
to
have
travel.
every weight class now. I'm interested to see where he goes, because if like Saeed Yakub went to LFA, I honestly think he would just dominate everybody
Yeah,
there.
he would be right back in the UFC in no time.
One
Yeah,
will
I don't
take
know.
him.
He wouldn't.
Bellator will take him.
Yeah, Bellator. That's probably where he should go. That guy would be a dude. They could throw that guy in the Grand Prix right now. I swear for 125.
Probably. A little bit of dirt sheets. I didn't dig up a lot of them this week. Conor McGregor will officially coach against Chandler. I didn't see it, but someone in the Fight Week group for the people that are going to Fight Week, man, we didn't even do the plugs this week. Damn, I was slipping. We got an International Fight Week group for people that are going to get out there. You're more than welcome. DM me if you want to get in it. One of the guys told me the fight will officially be at 170, but they're coaching at 155. I highly favor Conor at 170. Highly favor Conor at 170. Jorge is now refusing to sign for 5 rounds. He says they won't pay him more. Gilbert was pushing for it. I think Gilbert sees the prestige in it, and I think he sees the opportunity to wear Jorge down more. But Jorge said, no more money. I'm not doing it. Jamal Hill is already starting to, I don't know. He just commented on a super fight with John Jones. Like, I hope that was just someone taking something out of context, because Jesus, just fight at 205. Muhammad Makhayev is now training with the Smash Squad. He's now training with Chimaev and Till and all them. And we see how bad Chimaev fucked up Till's career. So you probably want to fade him now. Just keep it real. Chimaev. I'm joking, guys. Totally joking. If anybody's even listening, UFC corners will now be prime rehydration stations or prime rehydration zones. What the fuck, dude? What? Come on, man. I got to deal with this shit. They're probably going to put up digital graphics to make them look like they're sitting in a little fucking thing or something. I'm fucking over it. I can't even deal with it. Hamadi Abdel Hawab. That's probably pretty close. Accepted a sanction for anti-doping.
Abdel Hawabi.
Yeah. Say that again.
Abdel
Hawabi. There's just B at the end, so it would be Abdel Hawab. Metho something, I don't know, some fucking steroid he took, so he's out for a year and a half, I believe. Yeah. So Jailton Almeida is calling out Marching Tabira. I'd like to see that fight. That'd be cool. I hope they make that. I don't know if Sanko's Army is still in here, but he'll probably jump on here. So Laura Sanko's catching a lot of shit. Everybody's got to be fucking assholes and try to tear people down, especially women, right? And so it's got to be she slept her way onto the air, slept her way to the position, all this, all that. And it's fucking bullshit. So I don't have which interview it was, but she kind of addressed it forwardly, saying like, oh yeah, and I've slept with everybody and the list is so long, it's crazy. It's absolutely exhausting or something, like making a joke out of it and just saying that it's ridiculous that people have to try to tear her down. I agree. I think it's pretty fucking shitty. She's a pretty awesome person, and I'm not just fucking kissing ass. She's actually a pretty awesome person. So I don't know. I think it's pretty shitty that people feel the need to do that. Johnny Eblin thinks that he's the best middleweight in the world. Good fucking luck with that, Johnny Eblin.
Hey, Joe, did you want to hear from me on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, probably haven't seen Laura much here on Twitter. By purpose, because of all the shit that went down and all the insinuations and speculations and all that stuff. So she decided to take a break from Twitter because it was really getting hard on her, and so she just deleted the app. So really don't expect much from her. I do communicate with her. I talk with her on Instagram. That's how I get a hold of her. Matter of fact, today there was just an incident. I'm sure many of you know Katie 444. Real.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I
So
do.
most of you know who it is. Somebody on who used to be in these MMA Twitter spaces on another one and was kicked out of the space. Anyhow, he said something on her timeline and something about, well, maybe Laura something sleeping with blah, 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 blah. I don't even remember what the actual verbiage was, but it was extremely inappropriate and did not need to be on the internet. It should have been deleted. So I kind of went off on the guy a little bit, and I I don't know. I guess Katie took that to heart because I didn't say anything to her. And so she went ahead and blocked me. Anyway, not the first time, but she'll usually apologize tomorrow or something and unblock me. But no, getting back to Laura, I just think that people have gone too far with it. And so she's distancing herself from that. And I don't blame her.
Yeah, I mean, who the fuck wants to be around a bunch of negativity? Like,
exactly.
That's bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's bullshit. People forget she was a fighter who
Right.
she did the exact same route that all the men do, right?
Yep.
And she did it when
And it was twice as hard because she was a female.
yeah, and it's not even like a sexist thing. Like your presence is smaller, your voice is smaller, everything is smaller. Like I know on camera we're like, oh, our presence is big, but like when you're standing in a group full of fucking heavyweight men and competing for shoulder space, trying to get the boss's attention and get on air and get the contracts and do what you're doing, like that's a rough thing when there's no other women around. I don't give a shit what anybody
Daniel
says.
Cormier and his Popeye sponsorship.
Yeah. Yeah, he's bumping Laura Sanko with his left shoulder. Like, Laura, get out my damn way. I got to get over here and get this job. And I'm not mad at him for it. It's just, it
What
is what
job
it
is he
is.
wanting? What was the whole DC thing?
No, I'm just saying, like, DC's very competitive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can use him as an
They
example.
seem like they have a pretty good relationship, honestly.
Yeah, but like he's a great example because even with a great relationship, if DC gets the job, he's taking it. He's competitive like that. Like it's you can be friends and everybody can love each other, but like she's earned that shit. Like she has fucking earned it because them guys will take them gigs if they're offered to them. Like what I'm saying is nobody turned the gig down so Laura could get it. Like she fucking earned it. Like I
Right.
don't I just feel that way. I'm pretty convicted on it now that people are being shitty about it. What else do I got here? Power Slap, baby. First pay-per-view, March 11th for the titles. 4 titles will be on that shit. I don't care that you guys all hate it. The
Bro, you read
January
my mind.
18th, the January 18th episode averaged 295,000 viewers. Shit, that's as much as a Francis Ngannou card, so I don't want to hear nothing about it.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it, exactly what you talked about here. And did you see some of the characters that are calling the fights? You got Bisping calling the fights. You got Mark Smith refereeing. Bill Haley was there doing like outside desk. It was crazy. They're all over that shit.
Yeah, it's actually fun if you watch it and just don't. It's so what? It's not a combat sport. It's a game. It's a match. It's a competition. Like, bro, it's fun. Them guys are out there willing to do it. They're fucking
Oh,
leaning in. They have rules. Like they have rule sets. There, if you watch a couple episodes, you'll see that. Like, I don't know, man. I think it's fun. I'm not trying to make it out to be like, oh, I got to do this. But I go to International Fight Week every year. And I am hoping and praying that there is a power slap card that week that I can get fucking tickets to so that I can go watch one of them live in the Apex during that week. Man, I'm fucking hoping. Or they put one at the expo and I can pay to get into it. Like it'd just be fun, man. Like I don't know. People say, "Oh, they can't defend themselves." Like they volunteered to do this, guys. like they put
I
their hand.
mean, they're as prepared as a UFC fighter is. I mean, you know the punch is coming, so you have time to prepare for it. It's better than not seeing a punch coming, you know?
Yeah, like I just feel like I don't know, man. Like they're willing to do it. I don't think it's overly gruesome. People talk about trauma, like they're not allowed to hit to the head, to like the brain area. They don't hit in certain areas, like it's mostly jaw and cheek. Like I don't
Can't
know,
leave
man.
the palm.
Yeah, like I don't see. The only thing I would say is neck trauma later. But look at a guy like me. I'm 41, bro. I've already got hardware in my neck, so like it could happen to fucking anyone. Like I don't know, whatever,
I'm
man.
older than you.
I'm with you. I think that they're not overdoing it. My issue with Power Slap League is that they're underdoing it. And so at the International Fight Week, I'm going to be starting a Shank Fighting Championship. It's going to be a stabbing league. And, we're just going to take some homeless people And,
no Vegas lines. I don't want to hear about it, bro. No
yeah.
Vegas
I mean,
lines. I don't want to hear
I've got
about it.
some good sponsorships with the casinos, and
All right. So
there's
I
some.
need lines and I need tape, bro. I need tape on these
Yeah,
guys. I need to
yeah,
know
yeah.
who can wield these
Whatever
knives.
you need,
I've been
we're here to
following
Dude,
it
I
since.
cannot wait until somebody commits a foul on that and Dana has to step in just like slap fighting and be like, well, he committed a foul. So technically the other guy wins, but he killed the man in the foul. So we're going to take the guy who won this one.
How come
the
And
guy
we're
who's
gonna let
alive.
him
nobody
go in the
mentions it?
house. We're gonna
And
let
then we're
him.
going to escalate it to small firearms and small caliber weapons.
We're gonna
Like,
move the survivor into the tough house.
right.
All
Dude, you
right.
freaking bring in
So
Blagoy. That guy still goes to decision, even in the stab league. Just unbelievable.
I like how people are like never heard of all this slapping stuff, and I have been talking about it for over a year with the Power Slap fight with the Slap Fighting Championship. Yeah, that was it, and it was
hey,
on YouTube.
do you follow Kylie?
No, who's Kylie?
I'll send you. She does all the power slap stuff. She's a great follow. Like, she does all types of shit. If you watch Power Slap, bro, she's just a good follow. She's like a huge fan. She
I
is the
haven't
Power
watched the
Slap.
UFC version yet. I keep forgetting.
Well, no, like not to the UFC version. Like she is the Power Slap what we are to MMA. Like she loves it. So, I don't know. It should be fun. It should be fun. Did anybody see the Jorge Masvidal boxing card?
I saw that.
I seen Pettis
54,
and
Milwaukee.
Roy Jones.
Yeah, RJJ all day. Y'all must
Yeah,
have forgot.
I can't believe that.
Oh, bro, Roy Jones Jr. 100%. Like, come on, come on.
At 54.
You're talking about a guy that was known for kicking in MMA. I mean, he's not even known for his hands in MMA.
Yeah.
We radio silent. Anybody hear me?
Yeah, I think I killed the room. So mission
Oh,
accomplished.
there we are. Oh, I was on mute.
I bring
I
things
was
to a
on mute.
screeching halt.
That fight should be that card should be fun, bro. I'm watching Pettis versus Roy Jones, Vitor Belfort versus Sosa, Jose Aldo versus Jeremy Stevens, Pearl Gonzalez, Gina Minzani, Paul Daly versus Anthony Taylor, Devin Cushion versus Damian Mauricio. I don't know who them
You
two
say
are.
Aldo versus Stevens?
Yeah, bro, in a
Yep.
boxing
Oh,
match.
Jeremy said
Who
you
the
ain't
fuck
kicking
is
me in the
who the
body this
fuck is
time.
that guy?
He said you ain't gonna hit me in the body this time. You gonna punch me in the face.
He said, "No more of that leg shit, bitch." What else do I got there? That's pretty much it. So I got some scratch it or bet it. Scratch it or bet it. Islam Makhachev calls for the 170-pound title shot after he beats Volkanovski in the octagon. Scratch it or bet it.
No, scratch.
I think he calls for it, man. I think he wants to go
Yeah,
straight up.
I think he's gonna beat Volk, but I don't think he's gonna. I mean, there's only so many they're not even promoting this super fight hardly. So
Yeah, I think they'll give it to him though. I don't know. I just think that could happen. Fabricio
Nah, you
Verdum.
gotta fight Benny, man.
Yeah, I agree. Benny should get the title shot. Charles supposed to be cage side. I don't know what's going on with that. Fabricio or no. Fedor Emelianenko should be in the conversation for MMA GOAT. Um, Scratch
No,
it or bet it.
scratch
Bet
it.
it. Bet it.
I'm with that.
For
But
one reason. Eras. There should be goats for eras. Not just for all time. Like you're talking about
greatest
different
of the
levels of the
decade, not
sport.
greatest of all time.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but there should be eras, you know? So like
Okay, but so hear me out, right? Hear me out, right? So back then, right? Back then, because I know when you guys were talking about. So we'll just say back then. We can all agree when back then was, right? Back then, John Jones would have beat his motherfucking ass, and today, John Jones will beat his motherfucking ass. So I don't buy it, but it's a lot of talk right now. A lot of people talking about this man as one of the goats, and man, I don't
Maybe
buy
from
it.
the days of Pride, but
Yeah,
not in the modern era.
but you're comparing. I
His
mean, it's the
biggest
whole.
problem is
Babe Ruth couldn't hit a fastball today, so
his biggest problem is he never should have came out of retirement. He should have stayed retired and kept that mystique and that wonder. Like, what would have happened? Nobody could have beat this guy. He was the greatest of all time. He went out on like a 40 fight win streak. Like, he should have stayed retired.
Only
I mean, he beat a lot of guys, but he also probably didn't get paid over $1 million for a lot of those early fights. So let the
Yeah, I
man
mean,
make
he
a
was just
living while he's alive.
looking more to profit off his name than anything, I guess. But I mean, even though being a fighter for that long, you still have the competitive itch. I mean, you see Chuck Liddell he did come out of retirement, unfortunately, at 50 years old.
Yeah, I agree. So that's pretty much all I got for today. Let me plug, it's late, but on topicmma.com is a website just full of capping resources, different places you can bet, look up shit on fighters, USADA, all types of stuff. There's no ads or anything on there. It's just something we got up. We have a Fanatics app. I'm sure that Dead Picks, I believe, probably posted the link up top. If you want to join the Fanatics League, we're still trying to get a DraftKings League going. There's probably a link for that floating around. My closing topic, and I'm going to lap it because I don't want to give it more than 5 minutes because I really want to do a feature space on it. Like, I'm actually going to schedule a featured space where I can talk about this probably for a couple hours. I've been doing a very deep dive on Ali Abdelaziz. Man,
oh, there's a lot of dirt on him.
it's not even. It's it's the fucking craziest story you'll ever see, bro. This man uh, came to the U.S. with fake credentials to the Olympic Center, and then traveled between villages within the United States of a certain terrorist group, and then got paid to be a mole. He was getting paid $200,000 a year to be a mole while he was a pro fighter, and while he formed Dominance MMA. And bro, like, it's just the craziest fucking story ever. I'm trying very hard now to link
Did
a couple things together that I've actually. So there's a guy. Um, it's a pretty big deal, I guess. Like, I don't. It is a big deal. Like, I don't want to overstate it and sound cool or anything. But there's a guy who writes about Islamic movements and some terrorist stuff. He's a pretty big deal in like the anti or the extremist world. He writes a lot about extremism. His name is Ryan Morrow. He wrote the Farak Files. The Farak Files are basically it's about the Muslims of America. It's a website, farakfiles.com or Fakra Files. I'm sorry, fakrafiles.com. FUQRA files.com. And it's about this group of Islamic extremists. And Ali's on the cover of that website to this day. The guy who wrote everything, who compiled all of Ali's evidence, which is public record, and sorted everything and went through everything. It's Ryan Morrow. And then there's a guy named Mike Russell who interviewed Ali. And there's a lot that came from that interview. I'm actually trying to get a hold of him because I'd like to talk to him right now too. Sorry, I kicked something over there that's beeping. But I was able to talk to Ryan. I actually plan to communicate with him a little bit more here after I try to connect some dots. But man, if you have some time, look him up, look Ali up, and just read some
he?
stuff. YouTube
He's a
him,
shady fucking character. Did you?
bro. So there's a good chance right now that he's escorting MMA world champions around the world to training facilities, having
Yes.
fun, convincing them, oh, let's just go train with these guys for fun. And inadvertently, he's teaching world-class training to militant groups.
Well, I'll
To
tell you two people that do attend that, and that's Gaethje and Usman.
Cejudo's been there. The list goes on. The list
Now,
goes on.
Cejudo looks like a tiny terrorist, but
So,
you heard about
like,
his child, right?
Ali's scheme is basically that he collects hand-to-hand combat intel. Essentially, like he travels with these guys and they teach someone how to train, and then they bring someone in, and Ali brings in someone, and he teaches them new techniques, and he basically like this Muslims of America group had like their own special forces group. So, it was just like, oh, these are my buddies, train with them. But he's inadvertently getting the best fighters in the world to train the special forces group. And these guys are trying to mimic it and memorize it so they can go back and take it to various villages and teach it to all of the people there. It's like crazy fucking underworld tactics. These guys, like, they just seek intelligence and combat intelligence. Like, their members work at ADT, and their members work for security, for like armored truck companies, and their members work for companies that draw blueprints, and they work for security blueprints. If you own a business and you want it secured with cameras, you call them. Like, they own those type of companies where it basically gives them access to higher levels of security, of some form of security, while also teaching them and training them how to obtain it and use it. And Ali basically, or ideally, he could be doing that for Ramzan Kadyrov right now, and his personal military, who rounds up the LGBT community for training exercises and tortures them and shit. Um, yeah, it's hard to connect how Ali went from Muslims of America to Kadyrov. The Muslims of America, Ali definitely had contact with some Al Qaeda members. Ali had flights on 9/11 that he didn't get on to come here and shit. Like, he had Al Qaeda contacts for sure. And then he was retained and believed to be turned into a double agent and shit. Like, it is some fucking real made for movie stuff. I've got a huge write up on it that I'll read off when I do it. It's absolutely fucking insane. And this dude just, now he's hanging out with another dictator, and like, no flags are up. Nobody seems to care. It's a fucking crazy story. The name, I'm trying to find the name of this website real quick before I cash it out. It is I have it right here. It'll be up in a second. So Ariel's done some videos on this at some point. Where the hell is it? Let's see here. I don't know. I want to get the spelling correct for you guys. Fuck did it go? Oh, here it is. The FACRA files. FUQRAFILES. FACRAfiles.com. Dude, you can just go there and click on Ali's picture, and you could spend fucking 2 hours reading. They've got it broke down into like 26 pieces. It's fucking insane. If anybody reads it, I only encourage it, because when I do finally throw a space on it, man, someone else will be interested and have some knowledge and maybe have looked up something else and say, oh yeah, did you see this, or did you do that, or whatever. But it's a fucking crazy story. Like, it's not believable. If you were sitting in a bar with Ali drinking a beer and he told you that story, you'd walk out of there and go, that guy is a compulsive, obsessive liar. You would not believe that story for the life of you. No fucking way. And the best part is, Ali started catching legal problems because he filed a police report on a chick for stealing $2,300 from him. So she filed a police report on him saying, this dude's got designer clothes and passports and IDs and social security cards that aren't his. Like, out of spite, even though she probably actually had stolen the $2,300 after she tried to get him to get her a fake credit card that she could use and it wouldn't work. Like, bro, it's yeah. Ali was in the identification business from all indications. Then he owned a fucking counterfeit clothing company. Like, man, it's something else. Anyways, I went on about that for about 10 minutes, twice as long as I said I would. Anybody got anything they want to talk about before we close this out, or anything I missed?
I'm just happy about the redemption story for Ali, where he's completely clean now and executing on the fiduciary duty he has to his fighters, and he would never put them in any sort of compromising international situations. And so, thumbs up to Ali for completely cleaning up all of the negative ties that he's had in his life. Not really.
Yeah, bro. So most people don't realize that the Nurmagomedov family is one of the negotiating political powers of Dagestan. They have problems with Chechnya. Kadyrov is the dictator there. Neither one of them like Egypt. Ali's known for being a double agent out of Egypt and the United States. Ali knows all of these people, and nobody seems to care. The idea that he's not passing information around is just fucking silly. Like, it's just silly. He has to be. I can't create a great timeline of Dominance MMA. If there's anybody interested in helping me try to dig up the timeline on Dominance MMA, other than like what Wikipedia has, trying to put together some client order, and like, I know who he met when he was an amateur. I know everybody who he fought on cards with when he was a pro. Like, he's known Donald Cerrone, and he's known Carlos Condit, and he's known several Kat Zingano. He's known them for a really long time. Like, I know all of that, but I'm trying to find out specifically about Dominance MMA and trying to find interviews and shit on Dominance MMA where he talks specifically about Dominance MMA. If anybody sees any and you want to
There's a website for it, for him, I should say, for Dominance. Yeah, for Dominance.
Yeah, it doesn't give me like a history. I'd like to know like who his early clients were, like just anything I can find out. I'm trying to build a timeline on Dominance MMA to compare to two other timelines on him so that I can try to see how certain things were done. Even Ryan Morrow had recommended to me that I should do it that way to find what I'm looking for. I've even found where like one of the MOA terrorists links all the way back to Egypt when Ali was a child, and his last name is Ali's last name, but the E is a U instead of a U. It's a U, but it's pronounced the same. So to gain access to this country, Ali could have just changed that letter and said he's not the same family, and could have literally be he could literally be the fucking child or nephew of, yeah. It's a fucking insane story. Anyway, if anybody is interested in help dig dirt on Dominance MMA, that'd be really fucking cool. If not, whatever. I do it in my spare time. That's probably why I only had half the amount of dirt sheets as normal tonight. With that, everybody that was here from the beginning, I thank you. Andrew, I'm surprised you didn't jump on the mic, Bob, if you're even still awake over there. But for whatever reason, man, it was cool that you jumped in. Hopefully you listened. I know most of the people dropped out, but who's been here? Oh, yeah. So Usman, Deadfix, Trace, you fuckers been in here since the beginning. We've been at this shit like 4 hours, boys. I'm calling it a night.
Have a good night.